In the deafening howl of the blizzard, Su Yuan felt as though his body was about to completely freeze. His mind was muddled, as if soaked in icy water, but he could faintly hear several anxious female voices nearby. Hey, don't fall asleep. If you don't wake up, you're going to turn into an ice sculpture. Hujio, why don't we just carry him? If we can't find shelter soon, we're all going to end up buried here. Struggling, Su Yuan forced his eyes open, snowflakes bombarding his lashes. The piercing cold instantly jolted him out of his daze. He remembered now. He had been climbing a snowy mountain when an avalanche struck, sweeping him into a sea of snow. Logically, he should have been long dead by now. Sister Sure, he's awake. Propping himself up, Su Yuan rubbed his throbbing head and gazed at the four figures surrounding him. What he saw left him completely stunned. Four stunningly beautiful young women stood before him, clothed in brown animal hides wrapped snugly around their arms and legs. But what made his scalp tingle wasn't their outfits. It was the pair of fluffy, twitching animal ears atop each of their heads. Cosplay? In this bone-chilling weather, who in their right mind would come out here to cosplay? Do they have a death wish? Swallowing hard, Su Yuan asked, Who are you all? A petite girl with gray hair crouched down beside him, her cheeks pale from the cold, yet she still managed to flash him a smile. We're from the Red Fox tribe. Not long ago, our tribe was attacked by the Black Sheep tribe. Everyone got separated, and now it's just the four of us. Tribe? Black Sheep? Red Fox? Su Yuan's mind soon spiraled into a whirl. He understood each word, but the language they were speaking wasn't even Mandarin. And yet, somehow, he could understand them. Bizarrely, when he tried to speak, he realized he could respond in the same language. What the hell? Did I just transmigrate? The moment the thought crossed his mind, an icy, mechanical voice echoed in his head. System initialization complete. Level 1 access granted. Level 1 shop inventory now available. Su Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. A system? A real system? So he really had transmigrated. Before he could fully process this overwhelming revelation, a white-haired girl tugged on his sleeve, her voice taut with urgency. Stranger, we don't have time. The ice sky god is descending. If we don't find shelter soon, none of us will survive. The ice sky god. Following her gaze upward, Su Yuan saw the darkening heavens overhead. The clouds hung oppressively low, and the howling wind carried a sharpness that cut to the bone. In an instant, he understood. It wasn't a god. It was an impending, monstrous snowstorm. Shop, system, transmigration, all of it would have to wait. None of that matters if they couldn't survive the coming storm. Let's go. Su Yuan grabbed his hiking pack and stood up. Do you know any nearby places where we can take cover? The four girls exchanged uncertain glances before their eyes collectively fell on the white-haired girl. She let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. I don't know. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. The five of them set off immediately, their feet sinking deeply into the snow with each step. The petite, gray-haired one sidled up to Su Yuan. Despite her shivering, she couldn't seem to stop talking. By the way, we don't know your name yet. I'm Cat Knight. I'm at my best during the night. Cat person, Su Yuan made a mental note. I'm Hujio. My sister says I'm the smartest in the tribe. The white-haired girl chimed in. White rabbit, murmured the red-eyed, bunny-eared girl. Sure, boomed the last girl, a towering blonde nearly 6'3", forcing Su Yuan to crane his neck just to look up at her. Su Yuan, he introduced himself. Cat Knight tilted her head, scrutinizing him before reaching out to tousle his hair. You, what species are you? Why don't you have ears? Me? Just an ordinary human. Four pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, filled with bewilderment. What's a human? Su Yuan's heart sank. Was there no concept of human beings in this world? He decided not to explain just yet, pointing instead at the darkening skies in the distance. The blizzard, the ice sky god, is almost here. Let's find shelter first and deal with everything else later. But on this vast, featureless plain of snow, finding a cave or any suitable refuge wasn't going to be easy. After stumbling through the snow for hours, the landscape around them remained unchanged. The wind howled louder, and the snowfall grew heavier with each passing moment. White Rabbit's eyes welled with tears, her face smeared with frozen streaks of snot. Whimper, is White Rabbit gonna die here? I don't want to die hungry. Even the towering, seemingly unshakable Shirshir, the de facto leader of the group, had hands trembling from the freezing cold. Su Yuan glanced down at his own hands, nearly numb from frostbite, then at the four trembling beast girls beside him. He knew time was running out for all of them. The blizzard was nearly upon them, and the four beast girls were growing frantic, their panicked eyes all turning toward Hujio. Hujio, is there really no way out? Hujio bit her lip, her voice trembling with uncertainty. I don't know. My sister isn't here. I can't think of anything. Looking at their near-tearful faces, Su Yuan sighed inwardly. Finding a cave would be the best solution, but it clearly wasn't an option anymore. Luckily, he had another trick up his sleeve. Listen to me. His calm tone instantly silenced the panicked group. Do exactly as I say, and I promise you we'll make it. Hujio's eyes sparkled with hope. Su Yuan, you really have an idea? Yes, I'll guide you. Su Yuan surveyed their surroundings. The snow here was deep, with thick, packed layers beneath the loose powder. Pulling a collapsible survival shovel from the side of his hiking bag, he got to work. With one solid shove of the shovel, the loose snow gave way, revealing a compact, sturdy layer beneath. A few more strokes, and a neat, rectangular snow brick was cut out. Let's build an igloo and ride out this snowstorm, Su Yuan declared. The four beast girls gathered around, looking completely dumbfounded. Except for Shirshir, whose wide eyes were fixed on the military shovel in Su Yuan's hand. Then she glanced at the bone knife strapped to her waist, her gaze full of longing. Su Yuan initially thought he would cut the bricks himself, but realizing these little ones had no clue how to build a structure, he handed the shovel over. Shirshir, you're the strongest. Cut the snow bricks like I just did. Shirshir froze for a moment. She had been wary of Su Yuan up until now, but the moment she took hold of the shovel, her suspicion dissolved into sheer excitement. Her ears perked up with delight. For real? I get to use this. Yes, hurry. We need the igloo ready before the storm god arrives. It's the only way to survive. Shirshir nodded firmly, gripping the shovel before dashing into the snow. Moments later, Su Yuan stood there, dumbfounded. One mighty shove, and snow flew everywhere. She had dug a deep pit in the ground and returned holding a snow brick twice the size of Su Yuan's. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched. If he had known Shirshir was this strong, they could have just burrowed a snow cave instead of building an igloo. Then again, caves collapse too easily, especially with someone like Shirshir digging. Building the igloo was definitely safer. Su Yuan, what do we do? Maoye and Baitu came over. Su Yuan pointed into the distance. Maoye, take Baitu and gather some wood and branches. Hujio, you'll help me stack the bricks layer by layer. Got it. Baitu, we're off to hunt. Hunt for branches. Maoye gleefully dragged Baitu off. Baitu tried to protest, but barely opened her mouth before she was whisked away. Hujio took the snow brick from Shirshir and started stacking it onto the wall, following Su Yuan's lead. Halfway through, she couldn't help but ask, Su Yuan, aren't houses made of snow too cold? Won't we freeze in here? Don't worry, it'll be warmer inside than out, Su Yuan replied before shouting. Sure, that's enough. Come on back. The daylight was quickly fading as a storm loomed closer, the horizon turning dark and menacing. Where are Maoye and Baitu? They're taking so long. Su Yuan muttered, feeling uneasy. The thick, blowing snow made it impossible to see anything. Hujio shook her head. Relax. Maoye might not be a fighter, but no one's faster than her. She'll be fine. Just then, a cheerful yell pierced through the snowy haze. We're back. Maoye and Baitu bounded through the snow, heads covered in white frost, their arms full of branches. Surprisingly, Baitu, usually timid and shy, had a small, awkward smile on her face. Her belly was swollen and round, swaying as she walked. Baitu found a ton of fruit. We brought it all back. Maoye dumped her branches on the ground before tugging open Baitu's coat. With a clatter, bright red berries spilled out onto the ground. Su Yuan's heart sank. He ignored the fruit and pressed a hand to Baitu's belly. It was ice cold, like touching a block of frozen stone. No wonder she had waddled back that way. Su Yuan's heart softened. This delicate little girl had carried back a pile of frozen, rock-hard fruit against her body without a word of complaint. So warm, Baitu murmured shyly, her cheeks flushing as she leaned into his hand. Su Yuan's hand wasn't particularly warm, but compared to her freezing stomach, it might as well have been a source of sunshine. Quick, gather up the fruit. The storm god is coming. The swirling snow in the distance grew denser, blotting out the sky. Hu Jio and Shir hurriedly picked up the berries and brought them inside. Everyone, into the igloo. Now, the four beast girls crawled one by one through the small entrance, carrying the branches and berries with them. When it was Shir's turn, she hesitated for a moment before reluctantly holding out the shovel to Su Yuan. It's very sharp, she said, clearly unwilling to part with it. Her small face was painted with reluctance, but in the end, she let it go. This shovel was leagues better than her bone knife. As the storm bore down upon them, Su Yuan took the shovel and urged Shir to get inside the igloo. And then, a new problem arose. Shir's sturdy frame, especially her well-endowed chest, effectively blocked the narrow entrance. Su Yuan, give me a push from behind. Her muffled voice came from inside, her body wedged halfway in. Glancing at the roiling clouds above, Su Yuan knew this wasn't the time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Shir's exposed legs and shoved with all his strength. The others, already inside, pulled from the other direction. Finally, with a resounding thud, Shir tumbled into the igloo. Su Yuan followed her in, leaving part of his body sticking out while inspecting the entrance. Just snow bricks won't seal this completely. Shir, lend me the hide you're wearing. The igloo was pitch black inside, but Shir immediately unfastened the hide from around her legs and handed it over. It was still warm from her body. Su Yuan felt a strange pang in his chest and quickly shoved any stray thoughts from his mind. Now was not the time to get distracted. Everyone's lives depended on him. Using some branches, he secured the hide over the entrance and packed snow into the gaps around it. Just like that, the temperature inside rose noticeably. But outside, the sky had turned fully dark. The five of them huddled together in the tiny igloo, unable to see each other. Grumble. I am hungry, Baitu whispered, her voice barely audible. Hu Jio groped around in the dark and placed a berry into Baitu's hand. Su Yuan mulled over what to do until they figured out how to deal with the lack of light. Tonight was guaranteed to be restless. Maya, hand me the branches, he said. Okay, where are you? Hands fumbled blindly in the dark until Su Yuan's fingers brushed against something soft and furry. It was something soft, squishy, almost like a plush toy. Ah, a soft yelp echoed suddenly. Su Yuan jerked his hand back immediately, his face growing hot. That reaction definitely didn't match Shir, but the size seemed about right. He shook his head hurriedly, forcing himself not to dwell on it. Nightcat finally felt her way over and shoved a bundle of twigs into his hands. Su Yuan snapped the twigs into smaller pieces and fished out his windproof lighter from a side pocket in his hiking backpack. Thank goodness he had been mid-hike when he was transported here. Without the gear in his pack, he probably wouldn't have lasted a day in this freezing wasteland. Wait a second. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Didn't he have some kind of system? But he pushed it aside for now. Better to deal with what was in front of him first. The lighter sparked with a crisp click, and a flame roared to life with a whoosh. The orange glow instantly lit up the four beast girls around him. Nightcat was clinging to his back, her small arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Shir sat directly in front of the fire, her wide eyes fixed on the flames. Further back, Fox Geo looked wary, while White Rabbit froze mid-bite into a fruit, her cheeks still puffed with food. Su Yuan, are you a sorcerer? You can summon fire. Nightcat's excitement had her bouncing as she clung to him. A sorcerer? Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. From the way she said it, being a sorcerer in this world didn't sound like a mundane thing. It was probably something high-ranked, like a tribal priest with supernatural powers. Whether taking on such an identity would bring fortune or trouble, he couldn't be sure. He waved a dismissive hand. I'm no sorcerer, just using a little tool, that's all. The four beast girls didn't seem entirely convinced, but none of them pressed him further. Instead, as if on cue, they all turned their heads to stare up at the snowy ceiling overhead. Su Yuan, if you make a fire indoors, won't the roof melt? Fox Geo asked warily. Don't worry, it won't. Su Yuan reassured her with a chuckle. Now that we've got some light, let's settle dinner quickly. It had been 5 or 6 hours since he woke up in this strange world, and he was famished. Su Yuan, here's a red fruit for you. White Rabbit handed one over. Seeing how naturally she was eating it, he figured it was probably safe. Outside, the blizzard howled relentlessly, but inside the snow shelter, it was cozy and warm. Su Yuan took the fruit from the little beast girl and bit into it, almost chipping a tooth in the process. It was icy and sour, like biting into sugarcane fresh out of a freezer. Yet the four beast girls were happily munching away. The fire crackled merrily, its warm light casting an amber glow across their faces. Nightcat had somehow wiggled herself onto Su Yuan's lap. A tiny bundle, she hugged her red fruit as she nibbled on it with a contented squint. This is so warm. Shir scooted closer to the fire. When Su Yuan glanced up, he noticed how short Shir's fur skirt really was, barely long enough to cover the tops of her thighs. Her strong, sleek legs were folded on the freezing snow without any protection. Shir, here, use my jacket to sit on. No need. It's warm enough in here. It's warm, which is why you need it. Use it, Su Yuan insisted, handing her his down jacket. Shir hesitated briefly before accepting the coat. She had never felt fabric so soft. The moment she placed it under her, a wave of warmth traveled from the ground up, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Su Yuan, your clothes are so warm, Nightcat murmured, rubbing her head against his chest, where his thermal underlayer was snug. Su Yuan chuckled softly and turned his focus back to the fire. The small pile of wood wouldn't last more than 30 minutes. Eat up quickly. The fire won't last long, he urged. The beast girls dug earnestly into their meal. Su Yuan managed to stomach only 2 of the sour fruits before giving up, leaving the rest to Nightcat and Shir, who happily devoured them. With some food in their bellies, the atmosphere loosened up. Nestled against Su Yuan like a little fur ball, Nightcat lazily started talking. If our tribe could make snow shelters like this, the Black Sheep tribe wouldn't have driven us out. Su Yuan gently ruffled her head and asked the question that had been on his mind. Why does the Black Sheep tribe want to attack your people? Fox Joe's voice turned somber. The Red Fox tribe used to live on the wild snow plains. The Black Sheep tribe emerged out of nowhere and suddenly attacked our home. Our sorcerer led us in resistance, but their sorcerer was too powerful. We couldn't win. We had no choice but to flee. They even captured many of our people. Our sorcerer guided us into the icy wilderness, but halfway through, the ice god grew angry and summoned a blizzard. That's when we got separated from the main group. Su Yuan tossed another piece of wood onto the fire, his brows furrowed. That sorcerer of theirs, is she really that strong? The sorcerer's not the only problem, Fox Joe murmured. Their hunting leader, Shir couldn't even match her in a fight. For the first time, a hint of defeat flickered across Shir's determined face. Seeing this, Su Yuan's tone softened as he said, Don't worry. One day, you'll take back what's yours. Nightcat gave a sleepy little hum from where she was curled against him, muttering, Honestly, as long as we've got warm snow shelters like this, they can keep that old place. It's just a hollowed-out rock. Every gust of wind made it icy cold, and it even blew away my hidden snacks. The Beast Girls giggled. They had to admit, this snow shelter was 100 times more comfortable than their old home. But reclaiming their territory wasn't the priority now. Finding their lost people was. As the fire burned lower, White Rabbit grew anxious. The fire's dying. It's fine. I can relight it, Su Yuan said, pushing the charred remains of the firewood to a corner. Get some rest. Once the weather clears tomorrow, we'll head out to find your tribe. When Su Yuan said, we, he didn't even realize it himself, how he was already including himself as part of the Red Fox tribe. After all, it was these little beast girls who had saved him from the snow. Without them, he would have ended up as a frozen sculpture on the tundra. Okay, tomorrow, we'll find the rest of the tribe. Nightcat had already fallen asleep in his arms, her breath soft and steady. Shir had rolled onto her side, using half of the down jacket as a pillow and returning the rest for Su Yuan to sit on. Her legs were propped against the other half, making for a rather peculiar position. Strange, Su Yuan tilted his head slightly and ended up leaning into the curve of her legs. He didn't move any further. He simply straightened out the curled-up cat girl in his arms so she could rest closer against him. Outside the snow hut, the blizzard roared. Inside, 5 people were huddled together in the quiet, with only the sound of each other's breathing breaking the stillness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desolate snowfields, the terrifying Black Sheep tribe, feared even by the fierce Red Fox tribe, was silently advancing closer to this icy wilderness. Chapter 4. System Awakens. Morning. Su Yuan felt a sudden pressure on his chest, damp and warm. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by complete darkness. Sometime during the night, Lioness had shifted her position. Her strong legs were wrapped tightly around his neck, with her rear end pressing down on his chest. Meanwhile, Little Cat Knight was even more relentless. She'd somehow burrowed her entire head into his shirt and was sleeping soundly. Su Yuan gently moved Lioness's legs aside just enough to let some light in. Through the dim glow filtering in from the snow bricks, he took a good look around the snow hut. Fox 9 was cuddling a white rabbit. Lioness clung tightly to Fox 9's legs, and Fox 9's beast-hide shoes had somehow gone missing completely. It feels like a dream. Su Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Each of these beast girls was stunningly beautiful. If it weren't for the very real body heat pressing against him, he'd wonder if he'd somehow traveled into one of those over-the-top fantasy shows. But there was no time to dwell on that. System, he called out in his head. Host, would you like to activate the Level 1 mall? A blue interface appeared before his eyes. Su Yuan froze for a moment. Then his heart began to race. Yesterday he thought he'd imagined it, but it turns out he really did have a cheat system. He immediately activated them all. Lighter, 30 points. Matches, 5 points. Flint, 1 point. Compressed biscuits, 10 points. Sausage, 6 points. Su Yuan glanced at his points balance. Points, 0. How do I earn points? And how does the mall level up? You can earn points by trading items. The rarer the item, the more points you earn. Each day, transactions are limited to 10 items. The mall's level upgrades as the civilization level you bring to this world improves. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Civilization level, in other words. The more advanced and developed the things he introduced into this primitive world, the stronger the system would become. For the short term, he'd need to rely on trading points for supplies. But in the long run, he had to pull this frozen, prehistoric land step by step into the modern era. But first, he needed to see just how hard, or easy, it was to earn points. Looking around, he found nothing immediately useful. His gaze shifted and landed on Lioness's worn-out beast-hide shoes. He decided to give it a try with those. Carefully untying the straps, he removed her shoes. The leather seemed old and thin. Frankly, it was amazing she hadn't frozen her feet walking around in these things in sub-zero temperatures. Beast girls clearly had some insane physical resilience. System, how many points would these get me? Worn wolf-hide shoes, 5 points. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. A single pair of tattered shoes was worth a box of matches? This system wasn't as stingy as he'd expected. Proceed with the trade? No trade. He wasn't really going to sell her shoes. Setting them aside, Su Yuan started to strategize. Once they got out of here, he'd need to find something valuable to trade for points. Fire, food, warm clothing. They were going to need it all. A drowsy mumble came from next to him. Lioness had woken up from the commotion. She opened one eye groggily and glanced at Su Yuan. Has the ice god left? I'm going to check. Su Yuan put on his down jacket and made his way to the snow hut's entrance. The snowstorm from the night before had completely buried the exit. Pulling out a folding shovel from his backpack, he dug away for a good while before finally carving out a small opening. Sunlight poured in. The snowflakes were still lazily drifting down from the sky, but the kind of storm that could blow someone away was indeed gone. Let's go out. The ice gods passed us by. The beast girls instantly perked up at his words. Su Yuan instructed Lioness to carve out a large opening in the snow hut using the folding shovel. The beast girls watched with visible reluctance as the little shelter they'd painstakingly built was demolished. Don't feel bad. We'll just make another one tonight, Su Yuan reassured them. But for now, we need to hurry and find news of your tribe. Stepping outside, they were greeted by an endless expanse of snow. Lioness pulled out a bone knife from her belt and confidently strode into the deep drifts. Fox 9, Little Cat Knight, and I will head out hunting first. You guys wait here. Su Yuan watched her figure disappear into the distance, calculating silently. It was time for this primitive world to witness what civilization could really do. Lioness tightened the beast-hide leg binders that had been warmed by Su Yuan's down jacket. Finally, her face gained a hint of color. Looking at the endless snowscape, Su Yuan quickly made up his mind. Splitting up in this weather was the same as walking into death. We should all stick together. After all, we need to find your tribe, and we can hunt along the way. Little Cat Knight thinks it's better to stay together too. Little Cat Knight was still clinging to Su Yuan affectionately. After sleeping snugly in his embrace last night, she was clearly the most well-rested. Su Yuan slung his hiking pack onto his back. Their ragtag group of 5 didn't have much gear to pack, so they were ready to move in no time. My sister said that when you're lost, look at the direction of the rising morning sun to find your way, Fox 9 said earnestly. Su Yuan felt a sudden pang of doubt. Wait a minute. This wasn't Earth. Where did the sun rise on this planet? What if it rose in the west? Or, even worse, what if it changed directions? Forget it. For now, he'd stick to Fox 9's sister's advice. There weren't many other options. Let's move out. After 3 hours of trudging through the snow, the sun had climbed high overhead. A new issue arose: hunger. Little Cat Knight, looking like a wilting kitten, clung weakly to Su Yuan's back, clearly drained. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Why can't I find a single fruit? The little white rabbit drooped its long ears, tears welling up in its big eyes. If only I'd thought to save a couple of fruits last night. Su Yuan was also starving. Since yesterday, he had only eaten 2 fruits. His hiking pack was packed with tools, and who even knew where his small food pouch had disappeared to? The only edible thing left was a box of chocolate drink powder, but the real problem was, he didn't even have a cup to mix it with. He squinted, scanning the snow-covered plain. Then his eyes landed on a withered, bare tree not far away. Su Yuan's brain went into overdrive. The system had given them 5 points for Lion's old pair of beast-hide shoes. Surely an entire tree, no matter how lifeless it looked, was worth something. Without another word, he grabbed his entrenching tool and headed straight for the tree. Su Yuan, are you going hunting? Lion followed behind him, holding a bone knife. Nope, just checking if I can find something useful. You all rest here for now. Su Yuan swung the entrenching tool at the tree trunk. Thunk. It left only a shallow notch in the wood. This tree was harder than he'd expected. Not wanting to wear himself out, Su Yuan called out, Lion, come over here for a sec. He still vividly remembered yesterday. Lion's strength was absolutely terrifying. Challenging her to a test of strength had been nothing short of reckless on his part. What's up, Su Yuan? She asked, approaching with curiosity. Help me chop this tree down. He handed her the entrenching tool. Taking it in her hands, she froze. Her face twisted with reluctance as her eyes locked onto the sharp, gleaming edge of the blade. You want me to use such a good weapon to chop trees? That feels, pretty wasteful. Relax, Su Yuan reassured her. It won't get damaged. Anyway, without this tree, we won't have dinner tonight. Got it. Lion gritted her teeth, gripping the handle tightly. Then, with a determined swing, crack, the tree trunk split open with a sharp sound, a deep gash appearing in an instant. Su Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. With the second swing, the whole tree, about the width of a bowl, came crashing down with a resounding snap. Su Yuan sucked in a breath, his mind reeling. That kind of strength wasn't normal. Could Lion actually belong to some sort of bear tribe? But then again, those golden, fuzzy little ears on her head were definitely lion ears. Here you go, Su Yuan. She handed back the entrenching tool, though her eyes were filled with regret. The once sharp blade now looked noticeably duller. Su Yuan waved it off. You hang on to it for now. I'll teach you how to use it later. After all, the system listed this tool at just 100 points. He wasn't too worried. Lion's eyes lit up at his words, and she cradled the entrenching tool as if it were the world's most precious treasure. Thank you, Su Yuan. I promise I'll take really good care of it. Su Yuan carefully tucked the tool into his belt, realizing he had no place left to stash her bone knife. Lion, could I get a closer look at your bone knife? This, she replied, handing it over. It's made out of wolf bone. Not as good as your shiny tool, though. Even as she said that, her eyes lingered longingly on the entrenching tool, imagining how much easier hunting would be with it compared to her old bone spear. But Su Yuan's focus had already shifted elsewhere. System, run an appraisal on these 2 items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snow willow tree, half 75 points. Whoa, 75 points for just half of a dead tree. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The knife could stay. Lion had polished it to look like a work of art. Trade the half of the snow willow tree, he commanded. Transaction successful, 75 points acquired. In the blink of an eye, the tree trunk vanished, leaving only a faint trace in the snow. Lion blinked in disbelief, staring at the empty patch of ground. Su Yuan, did you just? We'll talk when we're back at the camp, he said, cutting her off. Su Yuan knew this wasn't something he could hide. He might as well lay his cards on the table, especially since he'd be living with these beast girls for the foreseeable future. Back at the camp, the beast girls were sitting in a loose circle. As soon as he mentioned there was something important, Cat Knight immediately perked up and leaned into Su Yuan, draping herself over him with her chin resting on his hair. I knew it. Su Yuan, you're a shaman, aren't you? Clearing his throat, Su Yuan tried to think of a reasonable explanation. Just yesterday, he had confidently claimed to rely on science, not magic. But this system, science couldn't even begin to explain it. Fine. If in doubt, go with divine intervention. Here's how it is, he began. I can offer items to the sky god, and if the sky god is pleased, they grant me gifts in return. The rarer the offering, the greater the reward. The beast girls were struck dumb, staring at him in wide-eyed awe. Cat Knight was the first to recover. She let out an excited squeal before throwing herself into Su Yuan's arms, hugging him tightly. I knew it. You're a shaman after all, and not just any shaman, but one who can communicate directly with the gods. Our tribe now has 2 shamans. Lion, Fox 9, and Bunny were grinning wide and nodding furiously. Most small, wandering tribes like theirs would be lucky to have even 1 shaman. And now, they'd found a god-touched shaman? It was the kind of fortune you only read about in legends. One thing, though. Su Yuan's voice grew serious as he lowered it slightly. You absolutely have to keep this a secret. If the bad tribes find out, they'll try to capture me. The beast girls nodded solemnly, their gazes filled with determination. In their minds, Su Yuan's backstory had already grown exponentially richer. Surely, he was a divine shaman who had escaped from some sprawling megatribe after an epic struggle. Seeing the look in their eyes, Su Yuan silently gave himself a pat on the back. His new identity was solidified. All right, I'm going to offer a request to the sky god for food. Everyone, stay seated. The moment he finished speaking, the girls immediately dropped to their knees in the snow, hands raised reverently above their heads. You don't need to be that dramatic, Su Yuan muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Fine. Let them believe what they wanted. He pulled up the system's marketplace interface. Show me the food section. Handsome Who Instant Noodles, 15 points. Big Belly Bread Loaf, 8 points. Woofie's Mega Pet Food Pack for Cats Dogs, 30 points. Su Yuan. He instinctively closed the tab. He glanced down at the cat cradled in his arms, Mao Yi. A cat girl. Well, she still counted as a cat, right? Would she prefer cat food? After some hesitation, he played it safe and chose compressed biscuits instead. At 10 points per pack, he bought 5, each with a different flavor: wheat, scallion, minced meat, sesame, and red date. 1 piece each. If it's not enough, we'll figure it out later. He kept the remaining 25 points for emergencies. If worse came to worst, there was still half a buried snow tree out in the frost. What smells so good? Mao Ye's sharp nose twitched as her eyes sparkled like twin stars, fixed intently on the biscuit in Su Yuan's hand. This is called a biscuit. It comes in 5 flavors, something simple to fill your stomachs. He had barely finished speaking before Mao Yi snatched the wheat-flavored one off the top and took a big bite. Ow! She winced, tears springing to her eyes as her little sharp teeth nearly felt like they'd crack. Slow down. Su Yuan chuckled in exasperation. These are super hard. You need to let your saliva soften them before you bite. He picked up a minced meat-flavored biscuit and carefully placed it in his mouth. After going hungry for so long, even a compressed biscuit tasted like a gourmet feast, its rich aroma practically bringing him to tears. Learning from Mao Ye's mishap, the other beast girls obediently stuck out their tongues to lick the biscuits bit by bit. The sweet, savory flavor melted on their tongues, and their eyes narrowed in pure bliss. Meanwhile, Mao Yi finally managed to gnaw through the traitorous biscuit grinding it into powder before swallowing it down. Her tense little face relaxed into a look of pure satisfaction. "This is so good," she murmured, holding up her half-eaten biscuit and casting Su Yuan a pitiful look. "Su Yuan, can I try yours? Let's trade, okay?" Su Yuan paused mid-bite, looking up to find Mao Ye's round, gleaming eyes intently focused on his biscuit. Her small nose twitched. Su Yuan's biscuit clearly smelled more fragrant, with a hint of meaty aroma. "All right, fine." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Mao Ye snatched it and took a bite. This time, with lessons learned, she nibbled gently instead of biting down hard. Su Yuan glanced at the piece of wheat-flavored biscuit now in his hand, which had 2 small teeth marks and a faint sheen from her taste test. Somehow, despite tasting the same, the biscuit now felt special and oddly enjoyable. Staring, noticing movement from the corner of his eye, he turned to see Hu Jiao eyeing him with the same expression Mao Ye had just moments ago. Okay, here you go." The 5 biscuits were passed around between the 4 beast girls as they eagerly swapped and sampled flavors. With so much trading, Su Yuan eventually gave up caring. He noted Mao Ye and Sure had a preference for savory flavors, while Hu Jiao and Bai Tu favored the sweet. When thirsty, the girls would simply grab a handful of snow to nibble on between bites. Soon enough, the 5 biscuits were gone. "Are you all full now?" "Not exactly full, but definitely no longer hungry," Mao Ye replied, licking her fingers, looking like she might nibble on them next. "Let's find a snow shelter tonight. I'll whip up a proper feast for everyone." A feast, for small faces lit up with excitement, their footsteps becoming visibly lighter as they continued onward. On the way, Su Yuan chopped down 2 trees as offerings to the system, gaining over 200 points. Not the best trade. This desolate wasteland seemed to hold little of value besides trees. As night began to fall, the endless snowy plains finally broke up with patches of frozen, sculpture-like trees. The group stopped by a massive tree with a trunk half a meter thick. "Su Yuan, I'm starting to feel hungry again." Mao Ye held her stomach and sidled up to him with drooping ears. Su Yuan glanced up at the sky. While the blizzard had passed, nightfall posed its own set of dangers. "Let's camp here tonight." Sure, dig out some snow bricks." Bai Tu and Hu Jiao, work on building the snow shelter. "Mao Ye, you're with me to chop firewood." "We've got this covered," Hu Jiao declared, puffing out her chest with a proud grin. The large tree offered plenty of firewood. Unfortunately, the thick trunk was too much for his bone axe to handle. "System, how much for an iron axe?" "Iron axe, 80 points." "I'll take it." 80 points felt worth it. This sturdy tool should last him a lifetime. "Mao Ye, climb up and cut down a few branches for us. You can climb trees, right?" Cats were natural climbers, after all. Su Yuan thought it was a given. Sure enough, Mao Ye perked up enthusiastically. "Don't worry, I'm super fast at climbing." Taking the axe from him, she reached behind her snow-hide skirt. With a quick flick, a fluffy gray tail popped out, swaying in the open air. Su Yuan froze for a moment, realizing for the first time where exactly a cat girl's tail attached to her body. With her tail coiled tightly around the axe, Mao Ye quickly darted up the tree trunk, sending snow cascading down like powder. "Su Yuan, there are so many fruits up here." "Fruits? Toss them all down. I'll catch them." Setting his trekking bag aside to make room, he opened it up. It only contained essentials: a rope, a first aid kit, a tool kit, sunscreen, and a small tin of chocolate powder. With the remaining space cleared, he was ready to catch the fruits. Here comes the first one. A snow-white fruit plummeted down, which Su Yuan caught. It was palm-sized, elliptical, frost-covered, and icy to the touch. "System, how much is this worth?" "Blue vein snow berry, 100 points." Su Yuan's eyes widened, his pulse quickening. 100 points. The wild fruits he'd found so far had never earned him more than 5 points each. Hardly worth the system's trade slots. But this? He looked up at Mao Ye's busy figure in the branches, swallowing hard. How many more of these were there on the tree? Mao Ye's agile movements brought down one snow berry after another. As Su Yuan reached down to gather the fallen fruit, a loud, sharp scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Before he could react, something soft and furry crashed into him from above, knocking him hard into the snow. It was Mao Ye. She had fallen off the tree, landing square on top of him. Yuan's face was prickling in pain from being grazed by the beast's fur, but he didn't have time to yell. Mei, what's wrong? Mei shook her head and yanked Su Yuan up, her eyes wide with urgency. Run! There's a snake in the tree. A huge one. Before she even finished speaking, Mei scooped Su Yuan up into a princess carry and took off at full speed. A loud crash erupted behind them as a thick tree shook violently. Su Yuan glanced back, and a chill ran down his spine. That wasn't any ordinary snake. It was an enormous, white python as thick as a barrel, with blood dripping from its head where Mei must have landed an axe blow earlier. The strike had enraged the python, and it was now twisting its massive body, chasing after them with deadly intent. Shitsi, Hujio, help! Back at the camp, Shitsi was chopping snow bricks. She dropped her work the moment she heard the cry for help and bolted toward them. A nearby white rabbit, covering its ears, was trembling with fear. Mei was running so frantically that she slipped on a snow brick, and Su Yuan was thrown out of her arms. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Shitsi darted forward like an arrow and caught him in her arms. The warm, soft sensation stunned Su Yuan for a moment, almost making him forget how close he had come to disaster. What happened? Shitsi asked. A snake. A giant snake wants to eat us. Mei whimpered, her cat ears folding down pathetically as she hid behind Shitsi. Shitsi set Su Yuan down gently, then grabbed her sturdy spade and strode toward the threat. Before she could get far, the colossal white python came barreling toward them, pulling blood-stained snow in its wake. Now that it was up close, Su Yuan could see it clearly. On the python's head was a peculiar blue-striped snow fruit, and blood was seeping from the base where the fruit attached. So that's it. This fruit was the bait. The python fixed its eyes on Mei and lunged with its jaws wide open. Shitsi didn't hesitate. She swung her spade down hard, slicing into the python's body. Blood splattered everywhere. The cut wasn't deep, but it enraged the python. It coiled tightly, preparing to wrap around Shitsi and crush her completely. This thing's skin is way too tough. Su Yuan's heart sank. Shitsi wouldn't be able to hold her ground for long. Nearby, Hujio frowned. That's a snow python. It usually stays buried in the snow, using the fruit on its head to lure prey. Shitsi can't handle this alone. She turned to Su Yuan. That bone knife of yours, give it to Mei. She's fast and can distract it, splitting its attention. Mei, trembling but determined, raised her hand to take the knife. Su Yuan, give it to me. I'll help Shitsi. Su Yuan softened when he saw her terrified but resolute expression. But that bone knife was too short. It would barely scratch the python's tough hide. He needed another weapon. Quickly scanning through his mental systems shop, he examined his options. Tang sword, 210 points. Iron shield, 230 points. Steel claw gloves, 120 points. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Mei, being a cat, was naturally adept at clawing and swiping. These gloves were practically made for her. Redeem. In the next moment, a pair of sleek black steel claw gloves materialized in his hands. Each finger was tipped with razor-sharp claws about 4 or 5 centimeters long, gleaming with a deadly glint. Mei, put these on. Go claw it. Su Yuan grabbed her hands and slipped the gloves on. Mei's eyes immediately sparkled as she stared at the glowing steel claws. She even bounced with excitement. This is so cool. And my palms are so warm. Stop playing around already. Su Yuan snapped, yanking her twitching tail. Shitsi can't hold on much longer. Get moving. The python's tail had locked around Shitsi's legs, threatening to crush her. Yet Shitsi's immense strength matched the beast's own. Her legs were braced like steel columns, her muscles bulging as she forced a small gap in the python's coils, keeping it from tightening further. A strange rune faintly shimmered on her forehead. She swung her spade down ferociously. SSSSHHH. The python shrieked in pain, its gaping maw angling to swallow Shitsi whole. In that critical moment, a dark figure leaped into action. Mei. Her steel claws flashed as they drove straight into the python's eye. Squish. One of its eyeballs burst instantly, spraying blood everywhere. The python thrashed wildly on the ground, too consumed by pain to focus on Shitsi. Haha, I'm amazing, Mei cheered, licking the blood off her claws. These gloves were perfect for her, far better than that old bone knife she could barely hold. Be careful, it's not dead yet. Shitzi warned, still on high alert. The python's remaining eye fixated on Mei with unrelenting hatred. But as with all feline predators, Mei's ambush left no room for retaliation. She darted forward again, claws ripping through its thick scales like butter. For deep, meter-long gashes carved through its massive body. "Wow, you're incredible," Su Yuan exclaimed. "Of course I am." "Ha ha ha." Mei grinned triumphantly. But her moment of pride was short-lived. The python reared back suddenly, lunging at Shitzi with its fangs bared. "Ah! Shitzi, help!" Mei cried. Shitzi caught the python's upper jaw with both hands in a vice-like grip. Swinging her spade in wide arcs, she slammed it down onto the python's head. Once, twice, 3 times, asterisk asterisk. By the 7th or 8th strike, blood was splashing everywhere, soaking Shitzi from head to toe as Mei continued tearing into the beast with all her might. Thud! At last, the python collapsed with a heavy crash, its lifeless body sliding off Shitzi's legs. The battle was over. Su Yuan arrived with the support team just in time to see Shitzi standing motionless, her expression unusually downcast. "Shitzi, are you hurt?" Su Yuan asked anxiously, grabbing her arm to check for injuries. But Shitzi simply held up her hands, looking heartbroken. "My spade broke." The cheap spade she had bought online for a few bucks had finally given out. Its blade snapped cleanly in two from the relentless assault. Su Yuan nearly burst out laughing but quickly masked it with a serious expression. "It's fine. If it broke, it broke. Tell me what weapon you want, and I'll request another from the heavens. This broken one, toss it. The gods can just handle the recycling." He silently called out to the system in his mind. "Damaged entrenching tool, 5 points. Would you like to trade?" 5 points. That's not even worth wasting a trade opportunity. "Hey, system, can't you handle scrap items? Look, I've already made a big deal of it. I can't back out now if you don't take it. Items can be recycled, but no points will be awarded. Recycle it, then, and do it fast." In truth, the broken entrenching tool could still have been modified and repurposed. But seeing how downcast Shirshir looked, Su Yuan told a little white lie to cheer her up. The tool disappeared in front of Shirshir's eyes. Only then did she seem to snap out of her despondent mood, cautiously glancing at the steel claws in Cat Knight's hands. I still want another entrenching tool." Su Yuan's heart softened. This beastfolk girl had never seen real weapons before. She had used the entrenching tool simply because it was the only thing she had. Now that a better option was available, he decided to exchange for something proper. Recalling Shirshir's wild ferocity during the earlier battle, Su Yuan rummaged through his inventory. He traded 5 blue-veined snow fruits. Refined horse cutting blade, 575 points. It was exactly enough, leaving him with 0 points. Not a problem, given he still had 2 trade opportunities left for the day. The giant python's carcass could surely be turned into something useful too. In a flash of light, there appeared a massive 1.6-meter-long greatsword. Single-edged and razor-sharp, its hilt was as long as the blade itself, making it taller than Cat Knight by an entire head. The sword was so heavy that Su Yuan struggled to even lift it with both hands. Sure, the entrenching tool's more of a utility tool, not a weapon. From now on, this is what you'll be using. Sure took the massive sword. With her tall and imposing figure, wielding the huge blade looked perfectly natural. Astonishingly, she could easily lift it with just one hand. Ha! Sure approached the carcass of the python and began swinging the new sword. The blade moved with a powerful whooshing sound, as if she'd been born to wield it. Primitive beast folk tribes might lack scientific understanding, but when it came to hunting and combat, no one was their match. In contrast, Su Yuan, whose weak arms could barely even manage to carry the blade, was practically a different species entirely. Sure gave the sword a few experimental swings before she found her rhythm, wielding it masterfully in no time. That's seriously impressive. All 4 spectators gaped in awe, with Cat Knight's jaw practically hitting the ground. She glanced at her own steel claws, which suddenly seemed laughably inferior compared to Shirshir's immense sword. Still, Cat Knight was content with her claws. After all, the sword was taller than she was by a good margin. Crack! With a final, decisive swing, the huge python's head was sliced clean off, a spray of blood gushing out like a crimson fountain and drenching Sure completely. She turned back toward them, covered in blood, resembling a fearsome warrior straight from the fires of the underworld. Wiping the blood from her face and gripping the shiny new blade tightly, Sure allowed a small smile to grace her lips for the first time. Ever since the Black Sheep tribe had slaughtered the Red Fox tribe, smiles had been a rarity for her. As one of her tribe's only two awakened warriors, she had failed to protect her people, watching helplessly as her friends scattered and her fellow warrior, Man, was dragged away by the enemy. The shame of that day had eaten at her heart like a festering wound. But now, things were different. With this blade in hand, Sure vowed to return to the Black Sheep tribe one day and settle those bloody debts, one by one. Su Yuan glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was beginning to dip behind the hills. Night's falling fast. Start stacking snow bricks and building the shelter. Cat Knight, you're coming with me to pick the rest of the snow fruits and gather some firewood. As for the python, he said, rolling up his sleeves, I'll handle it. Just as he was about to get to work, a timid voice called out, I can help too. It was White Rabbit, trembling but still stepping forward with determination despite her fear. Fox 9 gently stroked White Rabbit's long ears, her gaze filled with concern. White Rabbit had always been the tribe's seamstress, her nimble fingers crafting everything from clothes to small tools. But she was as timid as a baby hare. Were it not for Fox 9 dragging her to safety back then, White Rabbit would have fallen into the Black Sheep tribe's hands and faced unthinkable terror. White Rabbit used to be our best seamstress, Fox 9 chimed. This python's hide could make excellent blankets. Su Yuan nodded. All right, White Rabbit will work with me. I'll save a portion of the meat as an offering to the gods. The rest is yours to use. At the python's side, White Rabbit cautiously asked, Su Yuan, may I borrow a bone knife? Seeing her nervous expression, Su Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. Leaning down, he whispered near her ear, answer me one question, and the knife's yours. What do you want to know? Tell me, is your rabbit tribe's tail really just a round, fluffy cotton ball? White Rabbit instantly turned scarlet, her long ears twitching uncontrollably. And no, our tails are long, but they stay tucked in most of the time. Su Yuan chuckled, finished with his teasing. Reaching into his hiking pack, he pulled out two small cases, one untouched medical kit, and the other a utility box he'd filled with tools. These cases are yours now. They've got knives, sewing needles, and other tools inside. Press this latch to open them. White Rabbit accepted the cases with wide, sparkling eyes, treating them like the most precious treasures in the world. Satisfied that her tasks were sorted out, Su Yuan turned to the python's decapitated head. Embedded at its crown was something unusual, a glowing fruit-like object. It resembled a blue-veined snow fruit, but was significantly larger, protruding rigidly from the serpent's skull. Although the python was long dead, the fruit remained stubbornly upright. A notification chimed in Su Yuan's mind. Rare item detected. Blue-veined serpent fruit. Option 1. Trade for 1,000 points. Option 2. Trade for 100 points to unlock special items. Please select. A rare item? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. After trading earlier, his remaining points were sparse. He would have to spend carefully. White Rabbit, he called over. Have you seen a fruit like this before? Still engrossed in the task of skinning the python, White Rabbit paused and looked up. This is a snow serpent fruit. The shaman said eating it causes poisoning. But there's also a tiny chance it could turn someone into an awakened warrior. Su Yuan's interest was piqued. What's an awakened warrior? You don't know, Su Yuan? Little White Rabbit looked at him innocently. Awakened warriors are the strongest in the tribe, just below the shaman in status. The most powerful ones are chosen to be the hunting leaders. It's really rare to have one in a tribe. In our Red Fox tribe, there are only Sister Lion and Sister Man. At the mention of Man, White Rabbit's voice faded, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Su Yuan quickly patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Once we find the rest of the tribe, we'll go back and rescue her. I believe you. You're a shaman who can even communicate with the gods, the little girl said with conviction, her mood lifting as quickly as it had dropped. She wiped her eyes and dove back into her work. Su Yuan turned his gaze back to the mysterious fruit in his hands, his mind churning. The odds of dying from the poison were far higher than successfully awakening. Keeping this thing was a burden. Taking a gamble might be the better choice. Use 100 points to unlock new items. Transaction successful. Special items now available. Snow Snake Essence, Apple Flavor 1000 points. Description: temporarily boosts strength for 3 minutes and slightly increases the chance of awakening. No side effects. Reading the system's update, a sly grin crept across Su Yuan's face. Eating the poisonous fruit was out of the question, but a processed and purified essence with no side effects. That was a whole different story. Su Yuan frowned at the system panel. Only 3 bottles per day? And 1,000 points each? This system's robbing me blind. Despite his complaint, he knew better. This was a great deal. Trading a highly toxic fruit for a safe and effective essence that could boost power was a no-brainer. The only catch: he was broke. An idea sparked, and he asked, "System, how many points can I get for the snow snake's head?" Fresh snow snake head, 380 points. Deal. The snake's head wasn't useful to him anyway, so Su Yuan casually tossed it into the trading slot. As the points were credited to his account, he let out a relieved breath. Finally, some capital to work with. Not far away, White Rabbit was skillfully handling the massive 6 or 7 meter long snake. Her small, white paws moved nimbly, peeling the skin off in one clean sheet, blood still dripping from it. Su Yuan, look. This snake's skin is so big. I can sew it into a mat, and we won't have to sleep on the snow anymore. Her ears perked up excitedly, her round eyes sparkling with joy. That's a great idea. I'll leave it to you. Su Yuan ruffled her fluffy head. I'll go check on Fox 9's snow shelter. White Rabbit, clearly pleased, let her long ears droop softly as she leaned into his hand, her eyes squinting in contentment. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of curiosity. What would her little rabbit tail be like? Too bad it would be inappropriate to find out. When he reached the snow shelter, he stopped in his tracks. Fox 9's snow hut was leagues better than his haphazard tent from the day before. The snow bricks were stacked neatly, and even the edges had been smoothly trimmed. Fox 9, we're leaving tomorrow morning. No need to make it this perfect. The small fox looked up, her expression serious. I need to practice more. Once we find the others in the tribe, I want to teach them how to do this. She picked up another block of snow and carefully placed it, but Su Yuan noticed her delicate paws were already red from the cold. Why aren't you using a knife? Your hands are frozen stiff. Su Yuan grabbed her hand, startled by how icy it felt, and a pang of worry struck him. Luckily, she had the robust constitution of a beastkin, or she would have been frostbitten by now. Fishing through his supply kit, he pulled out a small, sharp knife and placed it in her hand. It was something he'd carried with him for mountain climbing, a fruit knife, originally. He'd ended up eating apples with the skin still on and had forgotten about it until today. Fox 9 stared at the large hand enveloping hers and then at the gleaming blade. She wanted to tell him she was fine, but the words came out differently. A soft, thank you. She tilted her face up with a sweet smile. Did you get this as a reward from the gods, too? Yeah, sure. Su Yuan chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. If our smartest Fox 9 gets sick from the cold, we'll never find the tribe. Here, put these on. Like a magician, he produced a pair of small, white gloves and slipped them over her paws. White gloves, white ears, white tail. She looked like she had just stepped out of a fairy tale. Thanks, Su Yuan. I really like them. Su Yuan silently calculated. This small expense was manageable. If he didn't need to save points for emergencies, he'd have equipped all the Beast Girls with modern gear by now. Even though they'd only known him for 2 days, the Beast Girls' affection for him had skyrocketed. It wasn't just because they saw him as a shaman, but because he was smart, kind, and genuinely wanted to help them reunite with their tribe. I'm back. A cheerful voice rang out in the distance. Cat Knight came bounding back, a bulging little bag slung over her shoulder and a half-eaten blue fruit clutched in her hand, juice staining the corner of her mouth. This fruit is so good. You've got to try it. She dumped her bag onto the ground, and over 30 blue-veined snow fruits rolled out. They were round and blue with light stripes, resembling small oranges. But if her bite marks were anything to go by, the skin was edible. Fox 9 picked one up, puffed her cheeks before warming it with her breath. and then held it out to Su Yuan with both hands. Su Yuan, try it. For a moment, Su Yuan was stunned. Fox 9, who usually acted mature beyond her years, looked unbelievably adorable, puffing out her little cheeks, her round eyes curved in delight. Thank you. He snapped out of his daze and quickly took the fruit. Where's Sure? Cat Knight asked through a mouthful of fruit, her words muffled. The snow hut is already set up. Why isn't she here? She went to help White Rabbit cut up the snake. That thing is way too heavy for White Rabbit to handle alone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. Sure came striding over, a massive saber resting on her shoulder. Draped over the blade was the skinned, enormous snake carcass. Behind her, White Rabbit followed, carrying a freshly stitched snakeskin blanket so large that it nearly engulfed her small frame. Su Yuan, how do we deal with this snake? Sure asked in her deep, straightforward voice. The snake was so big that there was no way it would fit into the snow hut. Su Yuan's eyes instinctively landed on the large pit that Sure had dug earlier. An idea immediately sparked. Cut the snake meat into a few pieces. We'll use the pit to eat, and after we're full, we'll head back to sleep in the snow hut, he instructed quickly. Cat Knight, Fox 9, gather some tree branches and even out the bottom of the pit. White Rabbit, take the snakeskin blanket and put it in the snow hut for now. The little beast girls sprang into action without hesitation. Su Yuan and Sure got to work processing the snake meat. The innards were discarded entirely, with the exception of the kidney-sized snake gall. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. It was worth saving. He knew the system would reward him with points for it. Once everything was prepared, the group nestled into the pit. All eyes locked on Su Yuan as he sat near the fire, everyone watching his every move like hungry hawks. The flames roared back to life with a whoosh, casting its warm glow on the little beast girls' faces. This feels so nice, Fox 9 murmured as she stared at the flickering flames. She sighed softly, her voice carrying a tinge of nostalgia. Before Big Sister awakened as a shaman, the crackling sound of the fire filled the snowy night. Su Yuan stooped by the fire, a newly exchanged ceramic pot placed in front of him. The system had charged 4 points for the pot, which he begrudged heavily. But under this freezing sky, he had no other options. Making one from scratch wasn't possible, not until he'd taught the Beast Girls how to create pottery in the future when things stabilized. Su Yuan, is that brown pot an artifact from the gods? Fox 9's eyes widened in amazement, her fluffy tail swishing animatedly behind her. Everything Su Yuan brought seemed out of this world to her. The huge saber, the steel claw gloves, the lighter, they were all godly treasures in her eyes. It's just a clay pot. Once we gather clay, I'll teach you how to make one yourself. Fox 9 nodded eagerly, but her swishing tail betrayed her deep excitement. Borrowing White Rabbit's knife, Su Yuan began slicing the snake meat. The frosty flesh was rock hard, and he cut it into egg-sized chunks, tossing the pieces one by one into the boiling snow water. Soon, the rich aroma of meat rose into the air. System, get me a bag of salt. Salt, 1 bag, 250 points. Su Yuan nearly jumped up in protest. 300 points for something that should cost, like a buck? Are you kidding me? His mind raced for an alternative. What about a spoonful? How much for just a spoonful? Salt, 1 spoonful, 1 point. Fine, 2 spoonfuls it is. While you're at it, throw in 1 clove of garlic and 1 piece of ginger. As the garlic and ginger hit the boiling water, an irresistible aroma filled the air, sharp and savory. White Rabbit, nibbling on her snow fruit, froze mid-bite. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the pot as juice from the fruit dripped through her fingers. She didn't notice at all. Cat Knight, meanwhile, clung tightly to Su Yuan's arm, her nose twitching as she inhaled deeply. Su Yuan, I'm starving. Is it done yet? Just wait a bit longer. The meat isn't. Sure. Back up. Your fur's catching fire. Little lioness Sure had leaned in too close, and a patch of her fur was already singed. Su Yuan yanked her back hurriedly, left arm securing Cat Knight, right arm pulling Sure. Now, with 2 fluffy, warm bundles in his arms, he couldn't help but think how cozy they felt. At any other time, this scene might have been the stuff of daydreams for 3 nights straight. But now, all he wanted to do was yell. Can you little troublemakers stop trying to cook yourselves in the pot? An hour passed, and even Su Yuan's patience had worn thin. He grabbed a wooden spoon and knocked it gently on each of their little heads in turn. Line up, get your wooden bowls out. Anyone who acts out gets nothing but snow fruit for dinner. The beast girls fell into line immediately, obedient as preschoolers. They raised their wooden bowls high, their big round eyes full of anticipation. The steaming snake soup was ladled out, filling the bowls with chunks of tender meat. Even though Su Yuan had tasted better stews back home, the hearty soup was unbeatable in this icy wilderness. To these girls, who had survived on raw meat their whole lives, this was a feast. So, good. Cat Knight's eyes glimmered as she clasped her wooden bowl, her face reflecting pure bliss. Su Yuan, can we have stew again tomorrow? Her hopeful gaze made Su Yuan hesitate. But when he didn't immediately respond, her ears drooped, and she put on the saddest, most heartbroken face imaginable. The other three followed suit, even Shirshir pouting like an abandoned cub. Goosebumps ran down Su Yuan's back. Fine, fine. As long as you don't fight over it, we'll have stew again tomorrow. The beast girls instantly erupted into cheers, their fluffy tails wagging so wildly they almost rivaled the dancing flames. Watching them, Su Yuan felt a strange stir in his chest. It was bittersweet. On his first night in this primitive world, he'd been convinced he was doomed to freeze to death on the snow-covered ground. Now, he had fire, food, soup, and 4 little ones who clung to him like he was their lifeline. And this, he thought to himself, was only the beginning. The snake soup had filled an entire pot. After one bowl, Su Yuan was already full. The taste? Average. But it was hearty enough to keep him energized. The leftovers were devoured by the 4 beast girls, even Fox 9 and White Rabbit, who usually ate less, each gulping down 2 full bowls. I'm so full, Cat Knight sighed loudly. She yawned and tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve. Let's go back to the hut and sleep. Her words startled Su Yuan for a moment. He smirked and ruffled the patch of gray fur on her head, leaving her hair messier than before. He sniffed at himself, and his face twisted into a grimace. How are we supposed to bathe in this godforsaken weather? Last night, everyone had huddled together to sleep. Cat Knight, in particular, had broken a sweat all night. Her fur felt sticky to the touch. Fox 9, how did you all clean yourselves before? Fox 9 blinked and answered softly. The strong ones would soak in the river near our tribe. The weaker ones would fetch water and wipe down with beast hides. Su Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. In temperatures this freezing, a river bath? That's not cleansing, that's suicide. In a couple of days, I'll use the system to trade for an iron bucket, heat up some water over the fire, and take a proper bath. Night had fully blanketed the land. Once they'd tidied up, everyone crawled into the newly built snow hut. This time, Hujio had made it larger than the one they'd slept in the previous night. The floor was lined with snakeskin, not much in terms of insulation, but still better than lying directly on cold snow. However, tonight, they couldn't light a fire. Ouch! Who's stepping on my tail? Wah! Someone's squashing my bunny ears. Stop pulling my tail. The snow hut erupted into chaos. In all the commotion, Su Yuan couldn't make out who was who in the dark, hands flailing until he managed to disentangle a few tails. Finally, the noise settled down. Something soft snuggled into his arms. Strange, this didn't quite feel like the same as before, and the ears, they felt a little longer than Cat Knight's. White Rabbit's ears are itchy. Hujio, stop touching them. Oh, it was White Rabbit. No wonder she felt a bit bigger than the handful he'd held the previous night. All right, enough. Everyone, go to sleep. We've got to get an early start tomorrow. But I'm not sleepy. Cat Knight wriggled around between the others like an overactive little eel that couldn't sit still. Not sleepy? Tough luck. Sleep anyway. Without a second thought, Su Yuan grabbed her by the scruff and pinned her in place with his arm. Su Yuan, come on. Tell us about your old tribe. In the pitch dark, several curious pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. After all, who wouldn't want to know where this man from the sky had come from? Su Yuan paused for a moment. My tribe, it's big. Really big. There were lots of people, plenty of land. Nobody ever went hungry or felt cold there. Wait, really? Cat Knight gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Su Yuan, your tribe sounds amazing. Su Yuan gently ruffled her feline ears and smiled. Don't worry. Once we find the Red Fox tribe, you all will have the same thing. No more hunger, no more suffering." The next morning, as usual, Su Yuan was the first to wake up. Not naturally, though. He woke up because he was suffocating. Somehow, a certain little cat girl had rotated a full 180 degrees in her sleep. Her fur-lined clothing hiked up, and her exposed belly was plastered right over his face, nearly smothering him. "This little troublemaker," he muttered, prying her off of him with care. "She sleeps like she's flipping pancakes." Scooping up Cat Knight's limp, sleeping body, Su Yuan noted just how out cold she was, completely relaxed, her full weight slumping against him. As he glanced over to the side, he noticed another issue. Even Lioness's fur-lined outfit was half undone. It seemed the restless movement hadn't been limited to just one person last night. Sighing, he helped adjust their clothes, carefully avoiding anything improper. After all, none of these beast girls were even close to adulthood yet. In this harsh, icy wilderness, where even finding medical help was impossible, the last thing anyone needed was trouble of that sort. Plus, if he was being honest, this sticky, grimy living condition was driving him nuts. Quietly, he slipped out of the snow hut. "Ah, what a new day! It's good to be. Holy, it's freezing." A gust of icy wind blasted down his neck, sending shivers through his whole body. Snowflakes pelted his face, and he quickly bundled up tighter against the cold. Overnight, another layer of snow had buried everything outside. The clay pot, wooden bowls, and leftover snake meat they'd set beside the snow hut were now completely hidden. "Guess I'll get breakfast going first. Otherwise, that little food hound's gonna throw a fit when she wakes up." Cat Knight, as usual, wouldn't stir until well past 10 in the morning. Su Yuan dug out the snake meat and firewood, relit the fire, and set to cooking. With no one rushing him, he took extra care, simmering the snake meat until it was tender and flavorful. He even threw in some dried mushrooms he'd gotten from the system's marketplace for added flavor. The rich, savory aroma started wafting through the air. Just as Su Yuan was about to test the broth. *SNIF. SNJF. *Ga. Huh. Out of nowhere, a shadow darted from the snow, snatching his ladle in one bite. Too hot. Burning. The sneaky intruder writhed on the ground, howling in pain but stubbornly refusing to spit out the snake meat still clamped between their teeth. Outside the snow hut, the morning air was filled with the bubbling of the stew and the tantalizing scent of snake meat soup drifting far and wide. As Su Yuan stirred the pot, he suddenly heard a faint cry behind him. "Hot. Let me go." He turned around and almost lost his balance. Somehow, a tiny figure had appeared by the pot. She had short grayish-white hair and a pair of fluffy little ears. Closing her eyes in pure bliss, she clung to the ladle she'd stolen, savoring the taste. "Wow, this is so good. This must be HHH." Before she could finish, Su Yuan grabbed her by the scruff of her clothing and lifted her off the ground. Flailing wildly, the little thief screamed in alarm, dangling helplessly in midair. "Put me down. I'm scared of heights. MOM. Mama, help, they've got me." Her cries didn't summon any motherly saviors, but successfully roused the sleeping beast girls. Cat Knight was the first to emerge, rubbing her eyes groggily, completely oblivious to the situation. "Smells amazing, Su Yuan. How could you make snake meat soup without waking me?" Su Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Did she seriously not see the stowaway he was literally holding up in front of her face? Thankfully, Hu Jio was sharper. Her eyes narrowed as they landed on the gray-furred little troublemaker dangling from Su Yuan's hand. "What's this all about?" she asked. "Got caught stealing food. That's what." Stealing food. Cat Knight's hackles immediately rose as she stormed up, glaring. The tiny thief was so frightened she dove right into Su Yuan's arms, shaking like a leaf, her ears twitching nervously. "What's your name? Which tribe are you from? What are you doing all the way out here in the middle of the frozen wasteland?" Hu Jio questioned pointedly. Hu Jio's words weren't random. The frozen wasteland wasn't anywhere a normal person could survive. Its snowy barrenness was so extreme that even wild animals were a rare sight. Tribes generally stuck to the snowy wilderness, where they could still hunt or forage. If someone wound up in a place like this, they were either outcast or hunted. The tiny girl lowered her head, voice barely above a whisper. "And my name's Zizi. I was with my mom and the others. We don't have a tribe. A drifter? Yeah. At those two words, Zizi's ears drooped so low they practically disappeared into her hair. In this world, drifters referred to those without a shaman or a tribe to call home. They wandered without a permanent place, aimless and vulnerable. Everyone walked all over her. Anyone could bully her. Seeing her timid demeanor, Su Yuan's heart softened. He set her down gently. The bubbling snake soup in the pot released a mouth-watering aroma, and the little creature's earlier disappointment vanished instantly. "See, can I have some more?" "I haven't eaten in 2 days," she whispered hesitantly. "No way. It's mine." Cat Knight immediately guarded the pot fiercely. While she was typically generous with her own group, with strangers, forget it. Intimidated by Cat Knight's fiery presence, the little one shrank her neck and whimpered. "W.O., you smell really scary." Su Yuan froze for a second. This little thing wasn't scared of fierce lion, the real tough one, yet she was scared of Cat Knight? He squatted down and gently rubbed her tiny ears. "Are you from the mouse tribe?" "Absolutely not," the little one objected immediately. "Mom says we're chinchillas, dragons." "Chinchillas?" Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Aren't chinchillas part of the rodent family? No wonder her legs turn to jelly when she sees a cat. Cat Knight glared at her. "If you're a cat, then what am I?" "I'm a dragon, not a cat," the little one stubbornly corrected, hiding behind Su Yuan. All right, Su Yuan waved dismissively. "There's plenty of snake soup today. It's enough for everyone." Pushing his own bowl toward the little one, Su Yuan saw her eyes light up as she accepted the steaming soup. "What about you?" Cat Knight frowned, noticing Su Yuan's now empty hands. "What are you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry." Truth be told, Su Yuan didn't really have much of an appetite for the fishy snake meat first thing in the morning. He was craving something sweeter. A handful of refreshing blue-vein snowberries would have been perfect. "Nope." Cat Knight suddenly leaned towards him, pinching a piece of snake meat between her fingers and holding it to his mouth. "Open up." Caught off guard, Su Yuan blinked but then bit down obediently. Only, he playfully let his teeth graze her fingertips. Cat Knight's tail puffed up into a fluffy explosion. "Su Yuan, my hand isn't edible." "Cackle, cackle. Guess this morning's breakfast is one of your fingers." The startled cat girl was honestly terrified. She froze, too scared to pull back her hand, her entire body trembling like a leaf. Unable to suppress his grin, Su Yuan let go. "Just kidding. But honestly, that's tastier than snake meat." "Really?" Cat Knight, incredibly gullible, stuck her finger in her mouth to taste it. It still had a hint of soup on it from earlier. The snow house was buzzing with life. Yet just outside of this lively warmth lay the icy wilderness. And far from here, in a small tribe that had lost its shaman, there were people waiting for their Chi-Chi to return home. What Su Yuan didn't know was that the little one he decided to help today would drag him into far more trouble than he could have ever imagined. The aroma of snake soup wafted across the snowy landscape as the tiny creature clutched her wooden bowl, licking her face shiny with soup. She looked up, round eyes sparkling. "This is the most delicious thing Chi-Chi has ever eaten. You gave me food. Starting today, you're Chi-Chi's best friend." Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This little creature might look small and frail, but the way she spoke was startlingly earnest. "Well then, best friend, can I pat your head?" "Just once, okay?" Chi-Chi's small body instantly tensed up as though she were bracing herself for some sort of medieval punishment. The moment Su Yuan's hand landed on her head, she froze entirely, holding still as if her life depended on it. Su Yuan's expression softened. This little girl was clearly trying very hard to please them. But why? "What's your name?" she asked eagerly. "I'm Chi-Chi. I live in a cave over there with Mama and the others." She pointed in the direction of the rising sun. Coincidentally, that was also where Su Yuan's group needed to head. Su Yuan introduced everyone: Cat Knight, Lion, Fox 9, and White Bunny. The moment Chi-Chi looked up at the towering Lion, she froze in awe. Her tiny head barely reached his chest. "We're heading out once we're done eating. Chi-Chi, want to join us?" She nodded so hard her whole body seemed to rock, but then she glanced nervously at the pot. "Can I take some back for Mama to taste?" Her tense expression tightened the knot in Su Yuan's chest. The little one wasn't just hungry. Her whole family was desperate for food. "We'll finish this batch," he said, voice steady. "There's still plenty of snake meat left over. Lion, you carry it. We're heading straight to Chi-Chi's place." Su Yuan began calculating in his mind. The snow serpent was massive. Rather than dragging it along for the journey, they could deliver it as a token of goodwill. Who knows? Maybe Chi-Chi's tribe had things of value to trade in return. Before they left, Su Yuan dug up the snake gallbladder he buried in the snow the night before. System, appraise it. Snow serpent gallbladder, 300 points. 300? For just this. Su Yuan's lips curved into a grin. Deal. With 300 points in his account, Su Yuan glanced at his companion's thin clothes. If he saved up just a bit more, he could exchange it for proper cold weather gear for all of them. But for now, it wasn't practical. In these treacherous conditions, emergency supplies mattered more than anything else. "Let's move out. Chi-Chi, lead the way." Chi-Chi bounded cheerfully ahead, occasionally glancing back at the serpent meat on Lion's shoulder, her eyes glowing with determination. She made a quiet vow to herself. To keep her mama and everyone alive, she would do whatever it took. Even if this big brother tried to touch her tail, she would endure it. Tilting her tiny head high, a dramatic scene played out in her mind, her sacrificing herself heroically for the sake of her tribe. Gray, just wait. When I get back, I'm going to start calling you little dummy." What Chi-Chi couldn't have known was that her mama and Gray were currently in the middle of a life-and-death struggle. By a toppled, massive tree, a black-haired woman gripped a stone knife tightly, her whole body braced against an enormous creature. It was a green-furred wild boar, towering at over 2 meters tall. Its green hair stood on end like needles, and 2 massive tusks jutted out from its bloody maw. Every step it took made the frozen earth beneath quake. The stone blade slashed down, leaving only shallow gashes on its hide. The force of the boar's charge sent the woman stumbling backward, her boots carving long grooves into the snow. "Chief, I'm close to my limit," a frantic voice shouted from behind. "Gray, take everyone and leave. I'll hold it off. But leader, without the tree hollow, the children won't make it through the night. Go now? I'll lead it away. If it can't find us by nightfall, it'll give up and leave." Gray gritted her teeth, throwing one last glance at her leader before vanishing into the collapsed tree trunk. Inside, a cluster of frail figures huddled closely together. The 2 smallest children were protected in the middle, shivering uncontrollably. "Follow me," Gray whispered urgently. "The leader is stalling the beast outside." "Gray, let the leader come in too. The entrance is too small for the monster to get in," someone cried out desperately. Gray shook her head sharply, determination hardening her gaze. "That beast hasn't eaten in days. Without the leader out there, it'll smash this whole tree to pieces. We have to move while we still can." Tears welled up in everyone's eyes, but they nodded in agreement and began inching their way toward the exit. Suddenly, crack! A sharp sound pierced the air, gripping at everyone's hearts. The stone knife in the leader's hand had snapped clean in half. "Leader, get out of the way." Gray's pupils shrank in fear. Without thinking, she gripped her stone axe tightly and charged at the green-furred beast. But it was too late. Out of nowhere, another green-furred creature jumped out from the snow. The leader's mind raced as realization dawned. It was a trap. The large beast had lured her out on purpose so its companion could ambush Gray hiding by the tree. The beast's gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, was aiming straight for Gray's neck. Gray! The leader was about to rush to the rescue, but before she could move, another monster rammed her into the tree trunk with bone-crushing force. "Leader, don't come here," Gray shouted desperately as glowing runes lit up on the leader's forehead. The leader understood instantly. If she left the tree, the beast would shatter it, dooming everyone hiding inside. But as for Gray, Gray had already drawn the stone dagger from her belt, ready to fight to her last breath. And in that dire, heart-stopping moment, a shadow moved past the leader's body like a streak of black lightning. Roar! A blood-curdling wail echoed through the snowy landscape. The green-furred boar that had pounced on Gray was pinned to the ground, skewered by an enormous blade. Blood splattered across the pristine snow. The leader froze in shock. "Mommy!" A child's voice broke through the tension. The leader turned to see her daughter, Zizi, sprinting toward them with all her might. Trailing behind her was a towering figure, someone with glowing runes on their forehead as well. A warrior awakened. It was Cece. She strode up to the struggling beast and, grabbing the hilt of her enormous blade, twisted it with casual brutality. Crunch! The monster was sliced cleanly in two, collapsing lifelessly into the snow. Elsewhere, the leader's stone knife had broken, forcing her to grab the tusks of the remaining monster with her bare hands, holding it inches away from the tree. This 2-meter-tall monstrosity was monstrously strong, pushing so hard even the tree behind her began to creak and lean backward. In that critical moment, Cece's massive blade came spinning toward her. The beast froze. It recognized that blade. Its companion had just died beneath it. Fear sparked in its small, animalistic brain as it tried to escape. Run? Not a chance. Gripping the blade embedded in the snow, the leader's runes flared brightly. Snow swirled around her like a storm as she let out a fierce yell and swung the weapon downward. The beast's spine split in two, its innards spilling onto the snow as the creature stumbled a few final steps before collapsing in a heap. What a blade! The leader marveled, her eyes shining with greed and admiration as she held the weapon. Its sharp, gleaming edge mesmerized her completely. But before she could admire it further, Cece stormed forward and snatched the blade back. Clearly, this weapon was her lifeline. Mommy! Zizi leaped into her mother's arms, trembling from head to toe. One by one, the rest of the tribe emerged cautiously from the tree hollow. Seeing both their leader and Gray unharmed, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief and huddled together in a grateful group. Thank you for saving us. My name is Long, and I'm the leader of this tribe, she said warmly. According to tribal custom, leaders would embrace when meeting as a gesture of goodwill. Long opened her arms, stepping forward to embrace Cece, only for Cece to shove Su Yuan forward instead. Before he fully understood what was happening, Su Yuan found himself pulled into Long's crushing embrace. Hello, I'm Su Yuan, he managed, his voice slightly muffled against her shoulder. I'm part of their tribe. Long blinked. You're not their leader? Typically, only leaders would be pushed forward for such an embrace. Not exactly, Su Yuan replied awkwardly. He wasn't keen on waking up one day to find the tribe renamed the Su Yuan clan. Not exactly. Su Yuan is our shaman, MMPH. Before Cat Knight could spill more, Fox 9 quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. But it was too late. Long's sharp gaze locked onto Su Yuan, her eyes gleaming with realization. A shaman? In this world, having a shaman was a game changer for a tribe. A tribe without a shaman had to rely on the goodwill of others for even basic survival needs like starting a fire. But a tribe with a shaman? Their fortunes soared, transforming their fate entirely. Long didn't waste another second. She opened her arms again, pulling Su Yuan into an even tighter hug, this time with an enthusiasm that bordered on overwhelming. MMPF. Su Yuan almost choked. Unlike Cece, who was covered head to toe in a thick wolf pelt, Long's attire consisted of little more than strategically placed fur, leaving her bare arms toned and adorned with protective arm braces, her collarbones exposed. A fine sheen of sweat clung to her after the battle, and the warmth seemed to radiate through his cheek. Let go of Su Yuan. Cat Knight finally managed to yank Su Yuan away, glaring fiercely at Long. But Long, though from the same cat-like lineage, wasn't intimidated in the slightest by her. And little Zizi? She clung nervously to her mother, peeking out from behind her. Zizi, you little dummy, where did you run off to? The leader's been looking for you everywhere. At that moment, Gray stormed over, grabbing Zizi by the ear. The child's fears shifted instantly from Cat Knight to Gray, her eyes wide with panic. This was the moment Su Yuan finally noticed Gray, a feline woman as well, but taller and with fur noticeably darker in color. The snow beneath them gleamed white. A shadow darted forward and stopped in front of Su Yuan. Dark gray fur bristling, ears upright, and a tail fluffier than Cat Knight's, swished animatedly behind it. It was Gigi. The little creature wasted no time as it entered and began to argue its case. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just out making friends. It hadn't even finished speaking before its eyes locked onto a piece of snake meat lying in the snow. Tugging on Su Yuan's sleeve, it eagerly introduced him. This is Su Yuan. His cooking is amazing. Next to them stood Long, a woman who had been silently watching Su Yuan. Her intense gaze made Cat Knight clutch onto Su Yuan's arm protectively, clinging like an overzealous charm. Hu Jio broke the tension with her calm voice. Long, have you seen a tribe of around 40 pass through this ice field recently? Long shook her head. This area is only hunted by me and Hui. We haven't seen any outsiders. Did you get separated from your tribe? Yes, Hu Jio replied, careful to avoid the full truth. After a moment of thought, Long extended an offer. You should stay the night with us. Take it as a token of thanks. Gigi immediately chimed in. Fox Jio, stay with us. The tree hollow is so warm, even rabbits snuggle inside. Hu Jio gave Su Yuan a glance. It's his call. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Su Yuan, who was crouched by the body of a green-furred boar, calculating how much he could earn in points for it. When he looked up, he found several eager stares drilling into him. Gigi leaned in close, whispering conspiratorially. Su Yuan, can we stay for just one day? I was really hoping to have more of that soup you made this morning. The little creature bit its lip, visibly making a monumental internal decision. You can pet my head as long as you want a day, if you agree. Su Yuan, initially thinking the creature was emotionally attached to him, quickly realized it was the snake meat soup it couldn't part with. With an exasperated sigh, he ruffled Gigi's head, sending its fur into a satisfying mess that nearly made it bounce off the ground in protest. Fine, one day. It's not like finding the tribe is going to happen overnight. But Su Yuan had his own reasons. The two massive green-furred boars were too large to carry while traveling. He needed to take care of them here first. Gigi delightedly clapped its hands, while Long's lips quietly curled into a subtle smile. Su Yuan turned, noticing Cat Knight still hovering nearby. He reached out and ruffled her head gently. The once alert feline girl's sharp gaze instantly softened, her eyes narrowing into a content expression. With a pleased purr, she obediently started organizing their belongings. Afterward, Su Yuan's gaze returned to the boar's body. Green-furred wild boar fong, 70 points. Green-furred wild boar meat, 600 points. Green-furred wild boar hide, 400 points. You've got to be kidding me, system. Are you seriously breaking this boar down piece by piece for sale? He grumbled inwardly. He had already used his appraisal skill once that morning, leaving him with 9 uses for the day. Now, he had to carefully choose the most valuable items to evaluate. But there was a complication. The boars weren't entirely his. Long squatted beside him, misinterpreting his hesitation as confusion. With patience, she explained, this is green-furred wild boar. The meat has to be drained of blood to be edible, and the hide makes excellent, warm clothing. Su Yuan cut to the chase. Captain Long, how are we splitting these two boars? By convention, the one Long killed belonged to her tribe, and the one lioness killed belonged to their side. He'd already worked out the math. But what Long did next left Su Yuan stunned. She knelt in the snow on one knee, bowing her head. Her voice was low, almost imploring, we don't want either of the boars. I only have one request for you. I hope you'll agree to become the shaman of our tribe. Su Yuan stiffened. So this was it. From the moment Cat Knight accidentally let something slip earlier, Long's look at him had shifted. 2 whole boars offered freely? If he agreed to be the shaman, the tribe, as well as the boars, would essentially fall under her control. But as Long raised her head, Su Yuan suddenly found himself momentarily speechless. She was stunning, an ethereal beauty that could make anyone's heart skip a beat. Her gaze was filled with desperation and fragility. From his angle, her figure was distracting, to say the least. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan hardened his resolve and firmly replied, I can't agree to that. Seeing the light fade from her eyes, he added, but we're heading to the Red Fox tribe. If you want, you and your tribe can come with us. A promise to Hu Jio was not something he could abandon for one offer. Long hesitated for only half a second. Okay, we're already wanderers. We'll go wherever survival is possible. More than anyone, she understood. Losing their shaman had already doomed her tribe's chances. Out on the ice fields with scarce food and unforgiving cold, staying any longer meant certain death. Su Yuan frowned. Then why don't you just leave the ice plain? If you head to the snow wastes, things should be better over there. Helping Long to her feet, he delivered his next statement bluntly. Let's discuss this in the tree hollow. The massive tree trunk had been hollowed out, serving as a refuge. Inside, a dozen or so beast folk women huddled together, while a few of their children playfully rolled on the ground. The moment Su Yuan entered, the game stopped, and every pair of eyes turned to him in unison. Long took a deep breath, then dropped a bombshell with her words. We fled from the land of death. Su Yuan felt his chest tighten. The land of death? Even animal herds avoided stepping foot in that cursed zone. It was a place of eternal frost, where anything living turned into a corpse. Yet this group of beast folk had somehow survived and escaped from there. He quickly called Hu Jiao, Lioness, Cat Knight, and White Rabbit aside, keeping his voice hushed as he relayed what he'd just heard. Hu Jiao's sly, fox-like eyes narrowed suspiciously as she turned her gaze to Long. No tribe has ever survived the land of death. What's your story? Long lowered her head, her tone soft and somber. The old shaman used to tell us about our ancestors. They hailed from a great tribe called the Divine Plains Tribe. The land was fertile and life was good. But one day, the tribe's shaman decreed that they must seek out a certain object, the gift of the gods. They searched for hundreds of years. Nothing was found. She paused for a moment. The ancestors were afraid of going back and being punished, so they decided to settle down in the land of death, never looking back since. Su Yuan couldn't help but lean closer to Hu Jiao's ear, lowering his voice. What's the story behind the Divine Source tribe? Hu Jiao put on a serious face. Never heard of it. Su Yuan nearly lost his composure. Reaching out, he ruffled that fluffy fox head, messing up her fur. Who was she trying to fool with that act of deep knowledge? But even he felt uneasy inside. A massive tribe that could hold its ground in the deadly wasteland for hundreds of years was anything but ordinary. Why did you guys flee then? Long's voice trembled slightly. The land of death is getting colder and colder. Our shaman predicted that soon it will freeze over completely, leaving no trace of life. She wanted to lead everyone out, but the warrior chief and two other shamans firmly disagreed. Until we could find the divine artifact, no one was allowed to leave. Our shaman risked her life to help us escape. She was captured and taken back. The cave fell into a heavy silence. Su Yuan exchanged glances with the others, all of them gasping quietly in astonishment. A single tribe with 3 shamans? Even powerful factions like the Red Fox tribe or the Black Sheep tribe could only afford one. This group of wanderers who had escaped the land of death was far from being a band of desperate refugees. They carried the shadow of a massive, formidable force. After a moment of silence, Hu Jiao broke the stillness. All right, I'll make the decision for my sister and agree for now. But there are 2 conditions. First, you must officially join the Red Fox tribe, not as vassals, not as guests, but as one of us. Second, we have a mortal enemy. If you join us, you must stand with us to defeat them. Before Long could respond, Hu Jiao added another line. But the final decision isn't up to me. She turned and pointed at Su Yuan. It's up to him. He's our divine shaman. The weight of the title Divine Shaman hung in the air, startling Long so much that her eyes went wide. She stared at Su Yuan's completely ordinary face, and before she had time to think, she dropped to her knees with a loud thud. I represent all the wanderers. We accept your terms. Divine Shaman, from this moment on, we will follow your guidance. Su Yuan helped her up, but felt a pang of worry. He hadn't even found the Red Fox tribe yet, but here he was already leading a small group. With over a dozen mouths to feed, at least for now, he could manage it. What truly caught his attention was the fact that among this group, there was a hidden awakened warrior, comparable to Shirshir in strength. But Su Yuan understood one thing very clearly. He could not rely on the system's marketplace to provide for them forever. The saying, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime, rang clear in his mind. He needed to help them become self-sufficient. Everyone, stand up, his voice deepened, commanding authority. Eat well tonight. Tomorrow, we keep moving. Though the light of day lingered, the winds cut through the snowy terrain mercilessly. A dozen people crowding inside the hollow of a tree was unsustainable. Su Yuan surveyed the group and made his first decision as their leader. He would teach them how to build snow shelters. Outside the tree hollow, everyone emerged, their eyes fixed on Long. Stepping forward, Long raised her voice confidently. Sisters, listen to me. The day our shaman was captured, we thought it was the end of everything. But today, we found a new shaman and a tribe willing to take us in. From this moment on, we'll no longer fear the freezing cold of the land of death. We'll no longer starve, desperate for food. We have a home now. A thunderous cheer erupted, filling the air. Snow from the trees tumbled down from the tremors of their voices. Standing on the outskirts of the group, Su Yuan watched the scene unfold, an odd sensation creeping over him. These tribes almost religious reverence for their shamans. Where did it come from? How could a mere title inspire such loyalty? This mystery was something only the Red Fox, whom he had yet to meet, could truly answer. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Yuan suddenly felt his footing give way. The next thing he knew, he was hoisted up into the air. When he regained his senses, he was perched on Long's shoulders. The Beastman leader held him steady, but the suddenness of it all made Su Yuan instinctively grab her ears. Ow! Long shivered as an electrifying sensation shot from her ears through her whole body. Her knees buckled, sending her sprawling into the snow. Even so, her arms remained firmly wrapped around Su Yuan, making sure he didn't so much as scuff himself. Sorry, shaman. I didn't mean to. Su Yuan blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter internally. It turned out Shurshu's sensitivity to having her ears touched was an inherited trait from her mother. The celebratory moment quickly passed as Su Yuan steeled his expression, his gaze sweeping over the group of beast women. It wasn't yet nightfall, but time wasn't on their side. The spot they called their shelter, a tree hollow, half covered with a tattered animal hide, was little more than a poorly insulated hole. Crowding inside, crammed body against body for warmth, wasn't a plan that could sustain them through the biting cold. If they didn't come up with something better tonight, they might not wake up to see tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan began issuing orders. Long, you and Shurshu gather as many branches as you can nearby. Hui, you and Cat Knight start digging a large pit next to the tree hollow. Dig all the way down until you hit soil. Anyone with nimble hands, help White Rabbit prepare those 2 green-furred boars we took down. The rest of you, follow Hu Jio and begin building snow shelters. He listed the tasks decisively, one after the other. Turning back to Long, he asked, what supplies does the tribe still have? 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, a few animal hides, and about a dozen fruits, Long answered honestly. Looking at the sparse supplies she brought out of the tree hollow, Su Yuan felt the weight pressing down on him. The bone tools were crudely made, and the fruits wouldn't even satisfy a small snack. If they didn't find more food soon, these beast women might starve to death on the frozen plains. He needed a plan, and fast. Fox 9, building the snow hut is up to you. Can you handle it? The little fox puffed out its chest, its eyes gleaming like 2 bright stars. Don't worry, great shaman. I'll have it done by nightfall. The beast girls scattered in a flurry, each diving into their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Zizi was busy bragging to her 2 little friends about the meat soup she had enjoyed that day, only to suddenly be scooped up from behind. Gee, great shaman, do you have orders for me? I swear, Zizi will get it done. Su Yuan chuckled darkly, pulling her into his arms. He reached up and ruffled those fluffy little fox ears. Your mission? Let me rub your head. Wah! Zizi looked like she might cry, her face full of grievance. But she gritted her teeth and endured it. Offending the tribe's shaman wasn't something she dared to risk. Without his favor, she might miss out on tonight's meat soup. As the others bustled around with their tasks, Su Yuan silently thought to himself, asterisk system, how many points is this tree hollow worth? Asterisk. 1,000-year snowwood, decomposed 1,500 points. Holy crap, that much? Excitement bubbled for a brief second before he calmed down. A whole tree like this, if it weren't decomposed, would be worth at least 3,000 points. Though tempting, he knew it wasn't the time to sell it. After all, whether Fox 9 could finish building the snow hut before night was still up in the air. If he traded away the tree now, they'd all be sleeping in a pile of snow tonight. Su Yuan. The pit's dug. Over on Cat Knight's side, she had her specialty in full swing. 2 cat girls working together with the speed of a construction-grade excavator. All right, you 2 go help White Rabbit handle the wild boar. With his instructions given, Su Yuan found himself free for the moment. He grabbed a few tree branches, started up a fire, and set a clay pot on top of it. Zizi's sharp eyes lit up instantly. Any sadness from her earlier ordeal was replaced by curiosity as she eagerly crawled over to watch the pot. Yesterday's delicious snake meat soup had come from the very same clay pot. Could it be another round of something tasty? Cat Knight, who had been heading off to work, froze in her tracks, hesitating for a moment before sitting down beside Zizi. Their gazes almost identical. Laughter bubbled from Su Yuan as he saw their hopeful stares. I'm making hot chocolate to warm everyone up. Interested? Hot chocolate? What's that? Can you drink it? The two small beast girls were instantly captivated. After a slight pause, Gray obediently turned back to help with the green-furred boar as much as she would have liked to stay. From his mountaineering bag, Su Yuan pulled out a small tin of instant hot chocolate powder. It wasn't much, just enough for a dozen servings. But what did it matter? With the system store, he could have as much as he wanted. The boiling water soon filled the air with a rich and tempting aroma. That smells amazing. Su Yuan stirred the contents with a spoon, lifting a small portion to taste. The sweet chocolate flavor carried an odd hint of saltiness and fishiness, left over perhaps from yesterday's unwashed pot of snake soup. Strange, but not all that bad. Su Yuan, Cat Knight, was practically salivating now, her eyes glued to the spoon like hypnotized prey. Su Yuan raised the spoon, intending to offer her a taste, but froze mid-motion. Wait a second. Chocolate is toxic to cats. What about catgirls? Would one taste turn her into a collapsed ball of fur? He couldn't afford to find out the hard way. Cat Knight, just try a little first. Su Yuan dipped a finger into the chocolate and offered it up cautiously. Chomp. Cat Knight playfully took his whole finger into her mouth. Su Yuan startled for a moment, but quickly realized her tongue wasn't rough like a regular cat's. It was smooth and soft, lacking those hooked barbs that might have scraped his finger raw. He distracted her with light banter, though his focus was laser-sharp on any potential reaction to the chocolate. Would this taste turn out to be a sweet treat or a deadly mistake? Cat Knight licked the drop of chocolate, her expression twisting dramatically. Su Yuan's heart jumped into his throat. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Zizi scuttled closer, concern etched across her face. But to everyone's surprise, Cat Knight pouted and muttered, I'm hungry. Su Yuan nearly facepalmed right then and there. Hungry? For bowls of meat soup this morning weren't enough? And let's not forget all those berries you snacked on during the trip. The sun hasn't even set yet, and you're hungry again. What was even more baffling, despite all she ate, it didn't seem to help her grow at all. Where did all that food even go? Cat Knight scratched her head sheepishly. Maybe all the walking made me hungry, she offered in a small voice. With a long sigh, Su Yuan pushed the clay pot toward her. Wait till Lioness and the others return before we cook dinner. For now, go call everyone over for some hot chocolate. At least this'll keep them warm. Before long, the little beastlings had gathered around with bated breaths. Shaman, what is this? It smells amazing. I've never smelled anything like it. Su Yuan wondered if this world even had cocoa beans. From what he could tell, nothing could grow on this frozen wasteland of snow and ice, so probably not. One bowl at a time, he ordered. Finish yours before the next person gets theirs. Zizi was tasked with distributing the hot chocolate. While she carried out the duty, another little beast girl, with pointy ears and shiny eyes, approached Su Yuan. She was about the same size as Zizi, her long hair flowing behind her. Shaman, what's this stuff? She asked hesitantly. It's good for your belly. Su Yuan reassured her, patting her on the head. What's your name? Songleaf, she replied proudly. My mom said on the day I was born, the snow pines in the tribe sprouted new leaves. So that's why I'm Songleaf. As Su Yuan gently ruffled her hair, his mind wandered to a peculiar realization. Since arriving in this world, he had only met beast girls. Fox 9 was one, Long was another, and even this entire group before him, all beast girls. He hadn't seen a single male beast man. Where were they? And, more importantly, how did these beast tribes even reproduce? This wasn't exactly a topic to discuss with children, so Su Yuan turned his questioning gaze to Gray. Noticing his stare, Gray asked, Shaman, is something wrong? Clearing his throat, Su Yuan leaned closer and lowered his voice. Gray, I've been meaning to ask, why don't any of your tribes have males? And, how do you guys have children? Males. Gray froze, a confused expression on her face. She seemed to ponder the question deeply before hesitantly asking, "Shaman, by males. Do you mean those half-human, a half-beast?" Su Yuan froze for a moment. "Are there other races in this world? What kind of creature is that?" he asked. Gray couldn't fully explain with words, so she squatted down to draw in the snow, a pig's head on a human body. Su Yuan felt his scalp tingle uncomfortably. "That's what we call a beast man," Gray explained, pointing at the crude drawing. "Those of us with only slight animal traits are called the God-blessed. But the ones that look like humanoid monsters, they're the beast man race." "Can you explain more?" Gray nodded earnestly. "When I was little, the shaman taught me about it. Beasts and beastmen have to breed with each other to birth offspring. But we, the God-blessed, are different. We only need to find a specific fruit called the God's gift fruit. When we eat it at the right age, we can conceive a new generation. Because of this, those beastmen see us as heretics and intruders. They'd love nothing more than to wipe us out. If it weren't for the awakened warriors and shamans in our tribe, we would have been slaughtered ages ago." By now, Su Yuan's forehead was breaking out in cold sweat. Eat a fruit and get pregnant. His mind raced to recall the types of wild fruits he'd eaten during his journey, like those sour red berries or the striped blue snowberries. No way, right? His throat went dry, and he swallowed stiffly, forcing himself to stay calm. "So, Gray, this God's gift fruit, what does it look like?" "It's red," she said. Su Yuan's heart thudded heavily. "It's crystal clear, with visible red juice inside, and it tastes incredibly bitter. That's why most beastmen and wild animals don't accidentally eat it." Su Yuan exhaled a long breath, his whole body slackening. Phew, thank goodness. The red fruit he ate had been sweet, not bitter. For a second there, he thought he'd end up carrying a baby in this freezing wasteland. This ridiculous world was far wilder than any bizarre story he'd ever heard before. "Here, for you, shaman." Gray handed over her portion of the chocolate. She'd taken a small sip herself and clearly enjoyed the sweet taste, judging by the delighted wagging of her visible tail. But seeing Su Yuan still sitting there empty-handed and lost in thought, she decided to share her portion with him. "Thanks." Taking the bowl, Su Yuan sipped the warm drink, pleased by its perfect temperature. This little beast girl was pretty considerate. Casually, he asked again, "So, Gray, that God's gift fruit must be pretty hard to find, right?" Gray shook her head. "Not really. It's all about luck. Any tree could randomly grow one. Sometimes even the dead-looking trees out here in the frozen wasteland." Su Yuan mentally reviewed his knowledge of this fruit's origins. The tribe he'd stayed with before had 3 sacred trees that bore 2 or 3 of the fruits a year, sometimes as many as 6 or 7 if they were lucky. Honestly, he considered himself fortunate to have landed in a remote snowy plain. The edible fruit trees he found, like the red berry tree discovered by Cat Knight and White Rabbit, or the blue-striped snowberry tree, had been manageable. Privately, he thanked his stars. If he'd fallen into a dense forest filled with such eye-catching crystal-clear fruits, he might have assumed they were some rare magical resource meant to enhance his powers. And without a second thought, he probably would have swallowed one whole. The consequences of that? Not a game he wanted to play. As these thoughts occupied him, Long and Lion returned with an enormous bundle of firewood. Long's back was loaded with so much, tied tightly with the climbing ropes Su Yuan had given her. "Mom, come taste this chocolate that shaman made. It's so good. It makes your tummy feel all warm." Chirp chirped excitedly, bouncing towards Long with a small wooden bowl. Long took the bowl but didn't drink right away. Instead, she walked over to Su Yuan. "Shaman, gathering firewood went smoothly. By an icy lake, we also discovered a newly grown fruit." Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What was this? Had he just summoned a parent-child fruit into existence with his thoughts? "This is a blue enchanter fruit. It enhances shamanic power. Please, take it, shaman," Long said as she opened her palm to reveal a pale blue fruit, glowing faintly with a soft light. Well, it wasn't the God's gift fruit. Looked like it was something new. Rare item detected, blue spirit fruit. You can trade it for 2,000 points or use 200 points to unlock a new special item. Yet another rare item. Su Yuan's face lit up. He eagerly accepted the fruit. Long, Lion, Put the firewood down and have some chocolate to warm up. As for this fruit, there was no way he'd eat it. He wasn't a shaman, after all. While Long was preoccupied sipping her drink, Su Yuan quickly exchanged the blue spirit fruit for a new item. Trade successful. New item unlocked. Blue spirit drink, blueberry flavor. Special note: drinking this provides a small boost to life force. No side effects. Can be redeemed up to 3 bottles daily. Life force? What the heck does that mean? The more Su Yuan learned about this world, the stranger it seemed. Everything pointed to this being some sort of magical realm, with shamans, awakened warriors, and other fantasy elements straight out of the Western fantasy novels he'd read back before he came here. But that was a mystery for later. After drinking their chocolate, several of the beast girls visibly perked up. The only exception was that little picky cat, sprawled lethargically on Su Yuan's lap. Su Yuan. The green-hair pigs, all cleaned up. White Rabbit dashed over, hands covered in blood, excitement brimming in her eyes. Behind her, more beast girls carried pigskin and cuts of pork with equally delighted expressions. Good job, White Rabbit. Let everyone rest for a while. I'll handle the rest and offer it to the gods. Okay, I'm not tired yet, so I'll go help Fox 9 with the shelter. Despite her delicate appearance, White Rabbit had more energy than the feline girl. She dropped her load and skipped off to work. Meanwhile, Su Yuan turned his thoughts to the system. System, trade the 4 boar tusks, the 2 hides, and, the boar's crown jewels. Oh, and throw in the meat from the smaller boar too. I want to use all 10 of today's trades. No point letting them go to waste since they'll refresh tomorrow. Zhaohuo. The trading screen displayed. Transaction successful. You've earned 1930 points. You have 2,875 points remaining. With nearly 3,000 points in hand, Su Yuan felt more confident. If they encountered a pack of monsters or a hostile tribe, he could arm Long, Sure, Ash, and Cat Knight to the teeth. Those primitives wielding stone knives and axes wouldn't stand a chance. But the immediate concern was clothing. In the tribe, several of the young beast girls were still wearing thin animal hides, with their bellies, arms, and legs fully exposed. If they hit the road tomorrow, they'd freeze for sure. System, filter for clothing. Down jacket, 500 points. Fur coat, 380 points. Jeans, 400 points. Su Yuan frowned as he glanced at the price tags. Way too expensive. A wild boar's pelt could only fetch about 400 points and make clothes for 2 or 3 people. Swapping for modern clothes? A single piece of average quality clothing would cost over 100 points. Not worth it. System, switch to animal hide clothing. Just lightly processed ones will do, but they have to be warm. Bearskin tunic, 60 points. Bearskin leggings, 30 points. Sheepskin tunic, 50 points. Sheepskin leggings, 20 points. Now we're talking. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. A single boar hide could trade for at least 20 pairs of sheepskin leggings. Sure, it was basic sheepskin or bearskin, but the warmth wasn't much different from premium boar pelt. I'm starving. Look at my belly. It's all flat now. I completely digested what I ate this morning. Cat Knight, standing next to him, started making a fuss. She lifted her animal skin tunic to reveal her pale, soft belly, even exaggerating by sucking it in to look pitifully sunken. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. All right. Go gather everyone around. The crackling flames of the campfire leapt high into the sky. Cat Knight, wash this clay pot thoroughly and melt some snow into water, Su Yuan instructed. He wasn't about to risk drinking meaty stew with a hint of chocolate. That kind of flavor mix was just wrong. A single pot of stew wasn't enough for over a dozen mouths. Su Yuan redeemed some salt and sprinkled it on the sliced meat chunks, then handed them to the beast girls to roast over the open fire. Cooking meat over flame wasn't new to them. Pretty soon, the chunks of meat were sizzling and dripping with oil, their savory aroma filling the air. Even Long was staring at the roasting meat, unable to look away. The clay pot stew simmered with a mix of snake meat, pork, chopped mushrooms, and minced scallions and ginger. Its tantalizing scent easily outdid the roasted meat. All right, dig in. At Su Yuan's signal, Long didn't move right away. She carefully picked up a piece of roasted pork, gently blew on it to cool it down, tore off a chunk, and respectfully offered it to Su Yuan. Leader, today marks your first day as our chieftain, and also our first successful hunt. The first bite should go to you. Cat Knight froze mid-reach, her paw hanging in the air awkwardly. Formal traditions in a tribe this small. Back with the Red Fox Shaman, there were no such ceremonies. Everyone, eat together, Su Yuan said casually, accepting the offering and taking a bite. In truth, the salted roasted meat wasn't particularly tasty, nowhere near as good as the stew in the pot, but the beast girls were grinning ear to ear as they ate. So delicious. The leader must have put some magic on the meat. Dummy, have you ever eaten other meat in the cave? No. But this meat definitely has magic. 5 small wooden bowls were passed around among the beast girls, each face beaming with happiness they couldn't conceal. In the middle of the meal, Long suddenly set her meat aside and turned to Su Yuan. Her gaze was unusually serious. Leader, thank you. Her voice trembled just slightly. When I fled the tribe, I kept questioning myself. Was it really right for the old shaman to leave us to die out here on the barren land? Every time I saw my little sisters hungry, I thought it was my mistake. That maybe we should have just stayed and starved in the wastelands like we were supposed to. Without a shaman to lead, Long, as the group's only awakened warrior, carried far more than just her own share of rations. The responsibility for the food, health, and survival of a dozen lives weighed entirely on her shoulders. I'm not fit to be the leader. She lowered her head. Leader, could I entrust everyone to you? She raised her eyes again. They were filled with an earnest pleading, so much so that she forgot the piece of roasted meat still in her hand. Su Yuan reached out and ruffled her head, enjoying the soft, fluffy texture of her ears in his palm. Don't worry, I'll take good care of everyone, he said with a warm smile. But Long, you're not unfit. You've protected everyone and gotten them here safely, haven't you? Long's tension seemed to melt away under his touch. As she looked at Su Yuan's calm, reassuring smile, the taut string in her heart, pulled tight for who knows how long, finally loosened. Her eyes turned red as she took a ferocious bite from her piece of roasted meat. This leader is a good person. Mom, you've got to try the snake meat soup. I had a little earlier. It's so good. Zizi ran over carrying a steaming bowl of soup. But as she looked up, she froze, seeing Su Yuan ruffling her mother's ears. Her jaw dropped. She remembered when Gray had tried to touch their mom's ears while she slept only to get swatted so hard her tail lost a bunch of fur. Yet now, her mom was letting Su Yuan touch her ears, doing nothing to stop him? No fair. Su Yuan better not let anyone else touch his ears now. No soup for mom. Even with a 2-meter-tall wild boar and half a giant python, there was no finishing at all with just over a dozen people. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the camp. It's getting late. Everyone, get back into the snow huts. Su Yuan clapped his hands to shoo them off. A few of the smaller beast girls lingered hesitantly, their faces full of doubt. Leader, are you sure the snow houses won't be cold? Once you're inside, they'll warm up, Su Yuan reassured them. If you're afraid of the dark, you can take some fire in. But don't let the flames touch the snow walls. His eyes fell on the fluffy, swishing tails behind them, and he added with a firm tone. And remember, you must put out the fire before sleeping. Otherwise, your tails might catch fire, and then your whole backside will be in flames. It's burning. A few of the beast girls hastily grabbed their tails, holding them tightly against their chests in fear. The horizon was painted in vivid hues of orange-red, far more intense than the sunset seen on Earth. The starry sky blanketed the night, but the familiar glow of the moon was nowhere to be found. This was not Earth. Su Yuan, come back and rest. I've already got the bedding ready. Not far away, the beast girls had already begun crawling into the snow shelters they had constructed. They were inexperienced at this sort of thing. Only 3 snow igloos had been built for the night. Inside the snow shelter, it was pitch black. When Su Yuan crawled in, he quickly realized there was an extra presence tonight. Su, I'll protect you tonight, said Long, the leader of the Red Fox tribe, as she squeezed herself into the cramped space. Su Yuan could only sigh inwardly. It was already snug enough with Shir and the others. With one more body added to the mix, could the snow shelter even hold everyone? Su Yuan, I'll protect you too. Shir quickly piped up. Watching Long take the initiative made her feel inadequate as Su Yuan's self-assigned supporter. How could she let him fend for himself during meals or fail to honor basic tribal customs? All right. Everyone, go to sleep early. We've got a long journey ahead tomorrow. Su Yuan shifted into the remaining empty space, only to catch an odd mix of metallic blood scent and sweat as hot breaths ruffled his hair. The warm, solid build beside him could only belong to Shir or Long. He reached out to confirm. His hands landed on a tail so fluffy it resembled a duster. Yep, it was Long. Long had wrapped her arms around Su Yuan in a tight embrace, positioning herself against the snow wall as if determined to shield him from any danger with her body. Relax, nothing will happen tonight, Su Yuan reassured her. While he said the words out loud, his mind was elsewhere, calculating potential risks. The attack earlier from the moss-haired boar had been a stark reminder. It was dangerous out here on this frozen tundra. No night watch had been set tonight. If a predator showed up, they could all be wiped out. He needed to rig some sort of alarm system. Long slowly closed her eyes. For days now, she had led her people in desperate escape, unable to enjoy a single moment of restful sleep. Even when hiding in tree hollows, she had stationed herself on the outer edges to keep vigilant watch. The shelter soon filled with the sound of soft snoring. But Su Yuan couldn't sleep. With the system, I can help these beast girls establish a civilization faster. He mused to himself. But he wasn't some all-knowing genius. What he did know mostly came from random videos he'd binge-watched in the past. Building an entirely new society based on that knowledge? Easier said than done. As he drifted halfway into sleep, Su Yuan dreamed. He saw a grand city, its layout orderly, homes scattered picturesquely about. Beast girls of all kinds lived peacefully within its boundaries. In the center of it all sat Su Yuan himself. Shir and the others were there too. And there was a red-tailed fox spirit delicately feeding him grapes, one by one. Ah, what a hedonistic paradise. But wait, wasn't the foxtail in his dream much smoother compared to the duster-like fluff he had just felt earlier? Su, wake up. A voice broke through his dream, pulling him back to reality. Su Yuan jerked awake to find his hand tightly gripping Long's tail. Her face was flushed, but her other arm still lay beneath his head, unmoving. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night, Su Yuan mumbled in embarrassment, struggling to sit up. Spending these nights curled up tightly with a group of beautiful beast girls was doing dangerous things to his subconscious. I can't lose my focus until we're completely safe. He silently reprimanded himself. Yet, his eyes couldn't help but drift toward Long as she stood up. The thin scraps of fur she wore barely covered anything. Suddenly, Su Yuan remembered an important detail. Beast girls needed divine fruits to reproduce. Did that mean he was? Stop right there. Finding the main Red Fox tribe troop had to take priority. One by one, the beast girls began waking up in the snow shelter. This snow shelter is so warm. I was actually getting hot last night. Xiao Gu, your tail overlapped me all night and made me drenched in sweat. Really? I thought you might get cold, so I covered you with it. Su Yuan, the great priest, is amazing. None of the priests in our tribe ever made things like this. Back in the day, if we couldn't return to the mountain caves at night, we would just freeze into ice blocks. Long is right. Leaving that death zone is our only path to survival. Stay any longer, and we'd all freeze to death. Listening to the chatter, Su Yuan suddenly had an idea. He had to teach them how to make fire. He wasn't even concerned about them stealing this skill. Fire making and clay pot crafts, those basic survival skills, weren't his real leverage anyway. If he could teach all beast girl tribes the basics of fire making, it would mean more lives saved. And would that lead to enemies learning from them? Please. Once he unlocked the system's shop for crafted steel blades, what good would fire-making skills do for tribes still stuck with primitive tools? No matter how powerful a shaman's magic might be, it wouldn't stop a well-aimed bullet. And if things really escalated? The system shop also offered mystical items for emergencies, science where it worked, mysticism where it didn't. Long, gather everyone here. Cat Knight, bring over some firewood, Su Yuan instructed. Thinking it was mealtime, Cat Knight eagerly hauled over the remaining firewood from yesterday. The beast girls formed a curious circle, all looking at him expectantly. Su Yuan scanned the group and began, speaking slowly. Today, I'm going to teach you a skill, how to create fire. Once you've mastered this, you'll be able to light fires on your own, he announced. Squatting down in the snow, Su Yuan held 2 pieces of carved wooden sticks. The beast girls leaned in, their wide-eyed curiosity firmly fixed on him. They had survived countless generations in this frozen wasteland by huddling in tree hollows and gnawing on frozen meat to get through winter. They had never imagined that fire was something they could create themselves. Fire, to them, had always been the domain of the gods. Watch closely. Su Yuan stuffed wood shavings into a tiny groove he had carved and took the stick in his hand. The principle is simple, just spin it. Biting down as he concentrated, Su Yuan rubbed the stick vigorously between his hands. Despite the biting cold, the friction began heating the wooden stick. A faint curl of white smoke rose from the groove, growing denser. He immediately leaned down, blowing gently on the shavings. With a sudden whoosh, a tiny orange flame sprang to life among the wood shavings. It's on fire. It really worked. Little Pine Needle erupted with excitement, leaping up as her furry ears twitched rapidly. The other beast girls gaped in astonishment. Staring at the flame, the glow reflected in their wide eyes. This must be the power of a shaman. But Granny Wu Bai's magic was never this amazing. Su Yuan gave a bitter smile in his heart. He knew that trying to explain the scientific principle of friction generating heat to this group of little ones, who had never even heard of it, would be like playing music for someone who doesn't understand it. In their eyes, anyone who could create fire was basically a god. Well then, for now, he'd play the role of a god. Hu Jiao, you give it a try. The little fox stepped forward, took the small knife, and concentrated intently. With just one look, she memorized the entire process. Shave the wood, place the shavings, rotate. Every move was smoother than Su Yuan's demonstration. Her only issue was using too much strength, snapping the stick with a loud crack. Su Yuan, I get it now. She quickly found another stick and tried again. This time, a flame steadily sparked to life. The beast girls erupted in excitement. We can really make fire ourselves. Does this count as stealing fire from the gods? Will they get angry? The shaman said we could do it, so the gods must have given their permission. Shaman, I want to try too. Long also sidled up and asked Su Yuan if there were any tips. Su Yuan simply said 4 words: the faster, the better. In the next instant, he watched as this beast girl's hands moved so fast they became a blur, and the little flame immediately flared up with a soft whoosh. Su Yuan. All right, having great physical strength is clearly its own kind of superpower. All right, let's eat first. We've got to keep moving after. The moment eat was mentioned, all the beast girl's attention shifted irresistibly. Shaman, do you still have that magical food from yesterday? A little beast girl asked timidly. She was referring to salt. These girls had no clue how to get salt before, but the fine white dust sprinkled on the roasted meat last night was as miraculous to them as divine intervention. Yes, let's get the fire going, Su Yuan replied. By morning, the snake meat had been devoured. The leftover meat of the moss-haired pig was divided up, with everyone carrying a share. Su Yuan redeemed a few bear pelts from the system and handed them to Long. Distribute these. Whoever doesn't have leg wraps or arm guards, put these on first. Long cradled the soft bear pelts, holding back her tears. It was only the second day, but this new shaman had already done so much for their tribe. While the group packed up their belongings, Su Yuan quietly approached the massive treehouse nearby. 1,500 points, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Now that everyone was leaving, this ancient tree, bearing the memories of several generations of their tribe, shouldn't be wasted. Not far away, Gigi tugged on White Rabbit's sleeve. What's the shaman doing? White Rabbit lowered her voice. He's offering your home to the gods as a sacrifice. Gigi's little tail immediately fluffed out into a puffball. Mao Yi, who had silently snuck up beside her, whispered creepily in her ear, relax. The gods accept all offerings, even your fluffy tail fur. With a squeal, Gigi hugged her tail tightly. On the other side, Su Yuan raised his hands towards the ancient tree and slowly began to chant an incantation. The little tails of the beast girls shuddered, with one diving straight into her mother's arms. Smoothing his hand over the massive tree that spanned dozens of meters. System, let's trade the tree. Exceeds standard trade parameters. Use an additional trade instance. An extra charge? Really? How much is this going to cost me? Su Yuan complained aloud but didn't actually resist. If unlimited trades were allowed, He could just slap his hand down on the planet and sell the whole thing. The system obviously wasn't going to let him game it that hard. One additional instance. Deal. 2 trade instances for 1,500 points worked out to 750 points each. Not bad. Under his hand, the giant tree disappeared into thin air. The surrounding beast girls stared with their eyes as round as saucers, their mouths forming perfect O's. The shaman is amazing. He knows so many types of magic. Granny Wu Bai only knows 2, and she can't even start a fire. Su Yuan glanced at the sun, now tilting westward. Let's move. On the way, Su Yuan casually asked Hu Jiao and Long, "Do you know what a shaman is, and how someone becomes one?" Along the journey, Long had learned that Su Yuan came from an enormous, super tribe in the east, far grander than the tribes of their ancestors. Big Sister said that shamans are chosen by the gods. She was blessed by the gods on the day she was born and became a shaman. But I can't explain much. I wasn't born yet. Su Yuan mentally compared notes. Capable of creating fire, making ice, nurturing plants, healing injuries. Basically, a magician, no? What surprised him was that shamans could help warriors awaken their powers. But the success rate was low, and the process was excruciating. A smirk tugged at Su Yuan's lips. Compared to that, shamans weren't all that special. He could light fires, make ice with saltpeter, and as for awakening, he had bottles of sweet snow serpent elixir in his pocket. Sweet and painless. Who wouldn't love that? This guy was the real max-level shaman. After traveling for another full day, they camped as twilight descended. "We'll set up camp here tonight. Lion, take some people to gather firewood. Everyone else, prepare dinner." Su Yuan selected a forested area dense with trees for easy scavenging. The pig meat would stretch for a few more days, but eating meat for every meal was starting to bore his taste buds. The beast girls, however, were still gobbling it up like a feast. Casually tossing the pit of a fruit he'd eaten, Su Yuan opened the system shop. He had a whole system at his disposal. There was no need to scrimp and suffer like this. But after considering his options for a while, he clenched his jaw and purchased a cabbage for 15 points. The grand vision for rebuilding the tribe hadn't even begun yet. With the beast girls braving the cold and snow, he couldn't justify splurging just for his own comfort. As darkness fell, Hu Jiao had already led a group to build 4 snow huts. They worked faster than they used to. The bonfire was lit, and the little beast girls gathered around. Ever since they learned how to make fire, everyone wanted to try it themselves. Gigi leaned her head out from behind Su Yuan, resting on his knee, staring fixedly at the vibrant green cabbage sitting before her. The cabbage will be stewed with meat soon. In this icy tundra, forget vegetables. Trees themselves would be frozen to death in swaths. Anything green that could be seen was either grass roots buried under the snow or dead leaves frozen stiff on the branches. Su Yuan sprinkled a bit of salt over the roasted meat. Spices could be optional, but salt was not. Without salt, the human body could weaken to a point where survival was no longer an option. He sliced the cabbage and tossed it into the pot alongside the pork. The roasting meat sizzled, releasing tantalizing waves of aroma that made every beastkin around practically drool. Woo-woo. Just as everyone was ready to dig in, a deep, gut-chilling howl wafted in from the depths of the forest. Lion and Long reacted swiftly, gripping their bone blades tightly. "Shaman, that's a wolf's call." Long's face darkened. "And it's the kind they make before an ambush. They're preparing to pounce." Su Yuan glanced up quickly. Sure enough, he caught the faint flicker of several pairs of eerie green eyes glinting from the snowy distance. "Everyone, stay close to the fire. Gray, stick to the shaman and protect him." Long immediately made the call, unsheathing her bone blade as if ready to charge. The snow wolves, though hesitant to approach, were too desperate with hunger to retreat. They crouched low in the snow, their eyes fixed unblinking on the firelight. Long, Lion, hold on." An idea flashed through Su Yuan's mind, and he abruptly grabbed both of them by the arm. "Are you confident you can handle that wolf pack?" Lion swung her massive horse-slaying saber with a smirk, her tone full of confidence. "I alone am enough. Don't worry, shaman," Long added. "We've got a few warriors back in the tribe who haven't yet awakened, and the fire alone is enough to keep the wolves at bay." Neither of them understood where Su Yuan's mind was going. But while everyone else saw danger in those glowing green eyes, Su Yuan saw something entirely different. This pack of wolves wasn't meant to be killed. They needed to be tamed. Out there in the open tundra, 5 snow wolves were circling the campfire, their glowing green eyes lit with unyielding hunger. Su Yuan stared at them intently, suddenly asking Long, "Do you think you can capture them alive?" Capture them alive? Long was momentarily stunned, but then nodded firmly. Against 5 wolves, she and Lion, both being awakened warriors, combined with Gray and the others, could win with ease. No problem, shaman. But be careful. Su Yuan wasn't entirely convinced, though. Silently, he accessed the system's exchange menu. Iron shovel, 70 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Spatula, 30 points. Su Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. A Luoyang shovel? A spatula? Was this system trying to be funny? How could he expect anyone to fend off wolves on the icy tundra with a spatula? He directly selected 5 all-steel iron shovels. Each one was 5 feet long, with wooden handles and sturdy metal heads. Even if the handle broke, replacing it with a sharpened stick would suffice. They were durable tools. In an instant, 5 brand-new iron shovels materialized in his hands. Long and the others froze, their eyes wide as saucers. They had heard of Su Yuan's divine connection, but to witness a god's blessing firsthand, without a prayer, without a ritual, just instant manifestation, hit them like a bolt of lightning. What unsettled them even more was Su Yuan's calm, almost indifferent expression, as if such miracles were mere routine. Lion, put the horse-slaying blade away. Just use this to knock them unconscious. Su Yuan handed over an iron shovel. Stay safe, and if things get dangerous, don't hesitate to kill. But if you can, bring them in alive. They're valuable. Lion accepted the shovel, hefting it with a grin as she gave it a couple of practice swings, the tool whistling sharply through the air. Wide like a python's body, she figured a few wolves wouldn't be an issue. Cat Knight, take this iron axe and assist, Su Yuan said, handing Cat Knight another weapon. If she brought steel claws to the fight, those wolves would end up shredded. He needed them alive. Understood. Cat Knight's eyes burned with determination. These mangy wolves had interrupted her dinner, and she definitely wasn't about to let that slide. Everyone, take 1 wolf each. Make it quick and efficient. Remember, the shaman wants them alive. Lion barked the order, and the group surged beyond the firelight. The snow wolves howled and charged. That's when Su Yuan got a proper look at these creatures. They were larger than the wolves from his past life, with coarse white fur as tough as needles. Remaining cautious, Su Yuan quietly opened the system's torch exchange menu. If Long and the others ran into trouble, he could immediately throw torches to ward the wolves off. As for these wolves, he didn't plan on letting them off so easily. The battlefield was knee-deep in snow. Wolves lunging forward stumbled into the drifts, floundering helplessly. One snow wolf bared its fangs, leaping straight for Lion's throat. Thwack! The iron shovel struck its face, leaving the wolf dazed. Before it could recover, the second swing came down across its ribs. Oh, a mournful whine echoed across the tundra. Long's side wasn't much different. Her opponent barely lasted a round. Gray, however, was on another level. When a wolf bit down on her iron shovel, she casually spun the tool, flinging the wolf and shovel skyward. This is the shaman's weapon. Don't you dare damage it. Bam! Snow flew everywhere as the wolf crashed back to the ground, knocked out cold, its mouth bloody. Gray paused briefly, checking its breathing before sighing with relief. If she'd accidentally killed one of the shaman's intended captives, she'd never live it down. Nearby, Cat Knight wielded her axe like thunder, striking down on any wolves still moving. Within minutes, the battle was over. All 5 snow wolves were pinned to the snow, struggling but unable to rise. Cheers erupted from the tribe. Shaman, these pests, we've got them. Under the firelight of the wintry night, the tribe was alive with celebration. Victorious beastkin surrounded the bonfire, their faces bright with grins of triumph. Su Yuan smiled faintly, ruffling the heads of a few younger beastkin. To them, it felt like a divine blessing, and they purred like contented cats. White Rabbit, bring that climbing rope over here. Tie all 5 snow wolves up. The wolves lay on the ground, 2 still unconscious, the other three utterly defeated and barely moving. Su Yuan gave them a frigid glance. They could stay hungry another night. When it came to taming wolves, Su Yuan knew the drill. Shelter and food were on offer, but they'd have to decide how long their pride as wild creatures would last. And when they broke. Early the next morning, Su Yuan woke up because nature was calling. Cat Knight had been restless all night, and Long and Fox 9 had squeezed against him, one in front and one in back, tormenting him with a series of chaotic dreams. Stepping out of the snow hut, Su Yuan saw that the 5 snow wolves were awake too. The ground around them was a chaotic mess of disturbed snow, evidence of their struggle overnight. But alas, the climbing rope he had used to tie them up was made of nylon, and the shopkeeper had guaranteed it could withstand a ton of force. A ton. No matter how vicious these wild wolves were, they weren't pulling free of that. Grr, grrr. The 5 snow wolves bared their teeth, growling low at him, their eyes seeming to promise they'd devour him whole. "Oh, shut up," Su Yuan muttered. "Didn't I smack you around enough yesterday?" He swung his shovel and smacked the fiercest one on the head with a muffled thud. Its menacing glare immediately softened. These creatures were smarter than he'd expected. It only took one hit for them to understand their situation. They were at his mercy, and any further resistance might land them on the menu. Squatting down to study them, Su Yuan's thoughts wandered. Wild animals in this world seemed to have a certain intelligence. Didn't that make them magical beasts? Except, these beasts had pretty pitiful ancestors. Last night, instead of a feast, he'd given them a crash course in CPR and force-fed one of them a red heart dragon fruit to boot. One snow wolf still had red juice smeared around its mouth, looking downright pitiful. Su Yuan chuckled to himself. He didn't know how to train wolves, but if training dogs was anything similar, he'd watched enough TikTok videos, at least 300, to give it a shot. First, win them over with firm control, throw in some treats, and if all else failed, bait them into obedience. "I'll give you guys a choice," he said, crouched before the 5 wolves. "Bow down to me, or turn into fur coats, your pick." Of course, the snow wolves couldn't understand his words, but they could pick up on his sinister grin. Their fur bristled with fear. From a nearby branch, Su Yuan grabbed some leftover roasted meat from the previous day. He waved it temptingly under their noses. "You only eat when I say so." "Got it." The wolves lunged forward without hesitation. Asterisk whack. 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 Asterisk. 5 quick shovel strikes had them jerking back all at once. 2 seconds later, he held the meat before them again. Again, they lunged. Whack. This game of patience went on for minutes. The commotion was loud enough to wake the beast girls sleeping inside the snow hut. Rubbing their eyes, they groggily peeked out to see what was causing the racket. Wrapped in a fur coat, Long approached, staring uneasily at the snarling wolves. "Sorcerer, what are you doing?" "Training dogs," Su Yuan replied confidently, not lifting his gaze from the wolves. "Once they're tamed, they can help us hunt." "Training dogs?" Long looked dumbfounded. In her world, wild animals met one inevitable end. They were slaughtered for food. She vaguely remembered the tribe's old sorcerer once mentioning that great tribal sorcerers could control beasts with spells. Could this be sorcery? Except, this sorcery looked suspiciously like he was just beating up dogs. Ignoring her confusion, Su Yuan carried on with his training. The snow wolves caught on quickly. When the meat was placed close, they refrained from snapping. Clearly, they'd had enough of the shovel. Su Yuan tore the meat into smaller chunks and tossed it onto the snow. "Eat." One cautious wolf crept forward, snatched a piece, and quickly swallowed it down. "Eat." Another followed suit. After several rounds, the wolves finally seemed to grasp the rule. They could only eat when commanded. Breaking the rule, or trying to snatch food before permission, only resulted in more punishment. They were starving, and when they finally got a bite of warm food, they almost cried with joy, though their heads still throbbed. Dusting off his hands, Su Yuan turned to look at Long and Sure. "From now on, these 5 are your responsibility. I'll make leashes for them in a bit. When you feed them, throw the meat on the ground and only let them eat when you say, eat. If any of them try to steal food, kick the crap out of them. They need to understand who's in charge." In the firelight, Su Yuan stared at the 5 slumped, dejected snow wolves and smiled knowingly. The very first dogs of this alien world were about to be born. The icy wind of the snowfield bit at his face, but Cat Knight clung to Su Yuan's arm like a child. Su Yuan, I want a snow wolf too. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the 5 wolves trailing behind the group on makeshift leashes. Just yesterday, they had been snarling, feral beasts. Today, they were no more threatening than puppies. Su Yuan smirked. Think carefully. If you take one, you're in charge of feeding it. And as far as I recall, Cat Knight, your appetite. Never mind. Cat Knight interrupted, letting go of his arm. I can barely feed myself as it is. Just then, whack. One of the snow wolves suddenly snarled at Ji, baring its teeth aggressively. Without a word, Long brought down the shovel hard on its head. The blow was even more forceful than Su Yuan's, and the wolf let out a pitiful howl, curling into a ball. Fox 9 approached, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Yuan, this isn't sorcery, right? She had witnessed her sister casting spells before, and whatever Su Yuan was doing looked nothing like what she'd seen. Su Yuan chuckled. Let me put it this way. Imagine you're starving, so hungry you feel faint. Then I capture you, give you a good beating, and place food in front of you. If you touch it without my permission, I hit you again. Only when I nod can you eat. After a few rounds of this, would you rather go back to starving or obey me and eat every day? Fox 9's eyes lit up with realization. I get it now. It's just like when tribes fight. If one side loses, the winners lock them up and starve them until they surrender. Then they become slaves or warriors. This girl was a quick learner. Su Yuan, if we catch another snow wolf, can you give me one to practice on? She asked enthusiastically, clutching his arm with hopeful eyes. Maybe. Snow wolves are too aggressive. We'll wait until we find something gentler, he replied with a shrug. The group trudged through the snowfield for another 5 days. The wild boar they'd hunted earlier was long gone, and their luck seemed to have run dry. Their most substantial find so far was 2 snow rabbits caught by Cat Knight, which they used to make soup. Everyone devoured it in one sitting. White Rabbit, however, didn't touch her portion. I can't eat creatures that are, well, the same species as me, she said timidly. The idea made her skin crawl. The sky seemed suffocating, as if it couldn't catch its breath. But Su Yuan was calm, unbothered in the slightest. As he walked, his mind browsed through the system's marketplace. His points had already exceeded 10,000. 10 points could buy him a pack of compressed biscuits, meaning he could trade for 1,000 packs. If he opted for potatoes or wheat, they'd be even cheaper. Hunger? That wasn't a concern. As his thoughts wandered, a group of quick-footed beast girls suddenly sprinted back toward him, flustered. Shaman, there are signs people lived up ahead, one of them exclaimed. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Did you see anyone? No. I climbed a tree and looked around, didn't spot a single shadow. Lead the way. It was a massive rock, partially buried under the snow. Beneath it, someone had dug out a large pit in the snow. The freshly fallen snow hadn't yet covered the ground. Su Yuan crouched down and pawed at the pit with his hand. Charred black wood. And blood. Congealed blood, dark red, seeping into the snow. It's my sister and the others. One of the beast girls, Hu Jiao, sniffed sharply in the cold air before rummaging through a nearby snowbank. She pulled out an assortment of items, a set of crude tools, half a piece of beast hide, and a well-sharpened stone axe. Sure grabbed the stone axe, her hands trembling. I sharpened this myself. The air grew heavy in an instant. Long squatted down, examining the depth of the snow around the area. Her voice turned grave. Shaman, the blood has long dried. Judging by the snow depth, they left at least a day ago. She paused for a moment, biting her lip. And based on how scattered their belongings are, they must have left in a hurry. Something serious happened. Hu Jiao's eyes reddened in an instant. She tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Su Yuan, what about my sister and the others? What do we do? Su Yuan glanced at the small mountain of supplies scattered on the ground. Beast hides, a stone axe, bone knives, and bundles of dried meat weighing hundreds of pounds. Long furrowed her brows and suggested, Shaman, these supplies are too heavy to carry all at once. They'll slow us down. What if we split into 2 groups and send a team ahead? No. Su Yuan rejected the idea immediately. If Chi Hu and the others ran into a predator, splitting up would help no one. As for the supplies, I've got a solution. In his mind, he mentally called to the system. Exchange for one basic wooden sled, 10 points. If you cheat me, I swear I'll wish for bugs in your code every day. A flash of light later, a sturdy wooden sled appeared in his hands. The group stared at him, baffled. Why would the shaman pull out something like that? Long, stack all the supplies onto this board and secure them with rope, Su Yuan instructed. Long didn't understand his plan, but she followed his directions without hesitation. Only after the group resumed their journey did Hu Jio and the others realize what would normally take two strong men to carry. A single slender beast girl could now easily pull with the sled, gliding smoothly over the snowy terrain. Su Yuan, you're a genius. Mao Ye's eyes sparkled as she bounced over to him like an eager kitten. Su Yuan, can I have one too? I want to ride it. Su Yuan chuckled in exchange for another sled. Just 10 points. It might even come in handy again later. Mao Ye jumped onto the sled, grabbed a stick to propel herself forward, and surprisingly, it worked. She started sliding, giggling with joy. Hujio, I too. This is so fun, ah. Before the laughter could fully escape her lips, the sled tipped sideways, careening down a slope ahead. Her screams lingered in the snowy winds. A mischievous grin tugged at Su Yuan's lips. He had already noticed that slope. It wasn't steep and had no obstacles at the bottom. At most, she'd tumble into a snowdrift and learn her lesson. Slow down when going downhill. Don't copy Mao Yi. The beast girls trailing behind nearly jumped out of their skins at the scream, their hearts leaping in fear. Once they saw Mao Yi floundering in the snowdrift unharmed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sticking out of the snowdrift, Mao Yi clambered up, grinning stupidly. Ha! That was awesome. Her laughter cut off abruptly. She heard it, a faint cough, coming from the withered forest ahead. Mao Yi froze. Instantly on alert, the steel claw attachment at her waist slid silently into her hand. She didn't make a sound but darted up a withered tree in a few swift movements, surveying from above. Another cough. Her sharp eyes zeroed in on a spot near the tree roots, a patch of snow covering what appeared to be half of a pale, bloodless face. Mao Bai. The moment Mao Yi recognized the face, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She leaped down from the tree and frantically began digging through the snow. Beneath layers of heavy beast hides was a white short-haired cat girl curled up tightly. Her lips were blue, her wounds crusted over with dark, coagulated blood. Her entire body was cold, like a block of ice. Mao Bai, wake up. She shook the girl desperately, but there was no response. Su Yuan, save her. She's going to die. The cry tore through the snow-covered forest like a blade. Su Yuan's chest tightened. The shout told him everything. Something had gone terribly wrong. Grabbing a sled, he didn't even pause to think. He jumped and slid toward the sound. Stay close and follow me. I'm going ahead. Long turned pale at the sudden shift, immediately pulling the sled out from under the supplies. Sure grabbed her waist as they shakily slid downhill after him, knocking snow left and right. By the time Su Yuan reached the bottom, he didn't even bother brushing off the snow on him. He dashed toward the cries. When Mao Yi saw him, she rushed into his arms, sobbing so hard she could barely speak. Please save her. I'm begging you. Su Yuan crouched down, his eyes locking onto the pale blue face. Her breathing was faint, almost non-existent. A few more minutes, and she'd be gone. Instantly, his expression turned stern, calm under the pressure. Mao Yi, go grab firewood from the supply sled. Start a fire immediately. Go. The icy winds bit through the depths of the snowy woods. Su Yuan pulled the little cat girl into his arms, feeling her icy body stiffen against him. She's freezing. Her beast skin outfit had frozen solid, incapable of providing any warmth. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan started stripping away the frozen layers. A ghastly scratch stretched across her chest, seeping blood against the pallid, bruised skin beneath. The sight stung Su Yuan's eyes. She's done for if we lose any more blood or if her body temperature drops further. We have to act fast. Without a second's hesitation, he yanked off his own down jacket and wrapped it tightly around the small, white-furred girl sprawled before him. The oversized jacket swallowed her petite frame entirely, leaving only two pale, slender legs exposed. The bitter wind bit into his skin, and Su Yuan shivered violently, fumbling to grab a nearby animal pelt to drape over himself. Then, he tucked her icy legs close against his chest, trying to warm her up. God, cold as hell. He sucked in a sharp breath and cursed under his breath. His thoughts raced, frantic. System, anything in the arsenal that can heat up fast? Hurry. A list appeared before him. Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioner, 2,100 points. Su Yuan almost spat out a swear. Electric? Are you kidding? What am I supposed to plug it into? Thin air. Give me something not electric. Another list popped up. Hot water bottle, 30 points. Fire basin, 60 points. Forget it, he groaned and shook his head. By the time I get water boiling, she'll be a popsicle. Snapping out of his frustration, his gaze darted back to the girl. His stomach dropped. Her face had gone from pale to a worrying bluish gray. Damn it, she's suffocating. Her breathing was shallow and erratic. Without immediate intervention, her heart would stop. Su Yuan knew there was no other way. Artificial respiration to get oxygen into her lungs, then CPR to circulate it. He had to act, and fast. He gulped. He'd never thought his first kiss would be with an unconscious cat girl. But he had no room to dwell on that absurdity. Lowering himself to her face, he aimed for her bloodless lips and pressed his own against them. Suddenly, the crunch of approaching footsteps broke the tension. Woo, what's happening? Lionshire and Long appeared, skidding to a halt at the sight of Su Yuan seemingly kissing a girl. Their jaws dropped. On Earth, this scene would have triggered an immediate call to the authorities. That's Bai? Catbot. Lionshire gasped, recognizing her. Su Yuan lifted his head, speaking rapid fire. Long, dig a pit here now. Stack some branches on top. He fished a lighter from his pocket and slapped it into Long's stunned hands. Use this to start a fire once it's ready. Just press it, and it'll light. Before giving Long a chance to respond, Su Yuan returned to administering first aid. Within minutes, flames crackled in a makeshift snow pit, casting amber light onto the deathly pale face cradled in Su Yuan's arms. A fragile rise and fall stirred in the girl's chest. Relief briefly washed over him before he noticed the injury on her chest still bleeding profusely. Rabbit, grab the white box from the hiking pack. He barked, urgency sparking in his tone. The medical kit was laid open, revealing sutures and needles. Su Yuan had taken a few emergency wound care classes before, but those sessions were meant for dealing with minor cuts and scrapes, not something as severe as this. The long, ragged gash was nothing short of daunting. With no other options, he steeled himself. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his hand and set the needle to work. Around him, Fox Geo led others to build windbreak walls of snow. Over the fire, a pot of stew simmered, its rich scent hinting at precious warmth. When Su Yuan reached the most awkward upper section of the wound, he hesitated. The area was sensitive. Using his wrist to obscure his view, he blindly stitched through muscle and flesh, hand trembling under the strain. Sweat beaded and dripped from his brow, but he couldn't spare a moment to wipe it away. Finally, tying off the last knot, he exhaled a shaky breath of relief. Crushing a tablet of infection-fighting medicine into powder, he carefully fed it to the girl. That's all I can do, he muttered, exhaustion evident in his voice. Turning to the others, he issued instructions. Heat the animal hides near the fire and cover her with them. We camp here tonight. The sky had already darkened, snuffing out any chance of reaching the Red Fox tribe by nightfall. And with the creature that attacked them still on the loose, there was no telling when danger might strike again. Lionshire, Long, no one leaves the camp tonight. No foraging, no scouting. We stay together. But woo, we're down to just fruit. Su Yuan rummaged through his pack and tossed out the last scraps of dried meat. A scant serving, barely enough for one meal, yet he refused to starve them entirely. Going back to the system, he browsed for supplies. Potatoes, 50 pounds for 25 points. A steal. He redeemed them immediately. If it weren't for the weight, he'd have bought double. A cascade of massive, fist-sized potatoes tumbled onto the sled, each one pristine and ready to cook. Woo, what is this? Squeaky sniffed the air, eyes wide with curiosity. Potatoes. They're edible. Get a bone knife, dice them, and throw them in the pot with the stew. The stew pot filled quickly. Those left over were buried in the embers to roast. Rich, smoky aromas soon wafted through the freezing air, making mouths water. The tribe had never smelled anything like it, and they couldn't stop swallowing their hunger. You eat first. Su Yuan filled a bowl with potato and meat soup, carrying it to Cat Bai. The cat girl clutched within the down jacket had begun to regain some warmth, but when Su Yuan felt her forehead, it was alarmingly hot. Fever, he muttered, brows furrowed. Earth medicine might not work on this world's beast folk. If her fever persisted, his last resort would be to seek the Red Fox tribe's shaman for magical healing. From his arms, a soft murmur interrupted his thoughts. Water. Su Yuan felt a jolt of hope as he looked down. Her eyelashes fluttered faintly. The fire cracked and popped. Su Yuan, checking Cat Bai's temperature again, froze when he heard a faint groan. Her lashes trembled a second time. Immediately, Su Yuan lifted her and brought the warm bowl of soup to her lips. The hearty aroma wafted into her nose. With effort, Cat Bai's eyes fluttered open. Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. Her eyes were a pale, crystalline blue, as luminous and vast as two small seas. Bai, you're awake. Nightcat rushed over, tears brimming in his eyes. This is Su Yuan. He's a divine shaman, and he just saved your life. Cat Bai weakly tilted her head, gratitude softening her ghostly pale features. Thank you, divine shaman. Don't speak yet. Drink the soup, Su Yuan replied, his tone firm but gentle. The rich broth spilled across her tongue, and her expression shifted. She started with small sips, but hunger quickly overwhelmed her. Before long, she drank deeply, savoring the much-needed warmth and nourishment. Escape and survival had taken their toll, and she had been running on empty for days. For days on end, she had only been able to gnaw on a palm-sized piece of dried jerky, having long forgotten the comforting taste of hot soup. After 2 bowls, her body finally started to feel the warmth return. She lifted her gaze and saw the group of beast women huddled by the fire, and among them, Fox Geo. Fox Geo sis. Cat Bai's face turned pale, and she struggled to sit up in Su Yuan's arms. The shaman and the others are in danger. It's not safe here either. Everyone, hide quickly. Calm down. Take your time to explain. Su Yuan gently pressed her back down by the shoulders. Cat Bai bit her lip and began to recount the events in detail. After she and Fox Geo were separated, the Red Fox had led the tribe toward the direction of the sun. A few days ago, the Ice Sky Spirit unleashed its wrath. A blizzard swept across the land, forcing them to take refuge beneath giant boulders. But yesterday, the tribe was attacked by snow spirits. The Red Fox fought them off desperately, but then a snow beast appeared. Cat Bai, severely injured and unable to continue fleeing, had hidden herself here alone. Su Yuan's chest tightened. Hiding here? No. It was clear she'd chosen to stay behind so she wouldn't burden the others, fully prepared to meet her end alone. Suppressing his emotions, his brows knitted. What are snow spirits and snow beasts? Snow spirits are creatures of the tundra. Thin, small, cold-resistant, and they always move in packs of dozens, Fox Geo quickly answered. As for snow beasts, I've never seen one myself, but the elder shaman says they're massive creatures covered in fur, with terrifying strength. They usually hide away in mountain caves. Su Yuan's heart sank. These were monsters, no doubt. It confirmed his suspicion. He'd somehow crossed into a world of swords and sorcery. But the timing was terrible. Civilization here was still in the stone tools era. How could they possibly fend off such creatures? Tonight, everyone rests together. We'll stand watch in groups of 3, taking turns, Su Yuan decided immediately. Shaman, you don't need to worry so much. Cat Bai quickly interjected. Snow spirits are afraid of fire, and snow beasts fear bright lights. If Red Fox hadn't known flame magic yesterday, none of us would have made it out alive. Su Yuan nodded. Then tonight, keep the fire going, it mustn't go out. Lion, take a few people and gather more firewood. As the night fell, the aroma of roasting potatoes replaced the fear hanging in the air. The beast women, bellies full, huddled together in small groups and drifted off to sleep. Even the 5 snow wolves by the fire looked content, though their expressions were a mix of disgruntlement and resignation as they stared at the potatoes in their wooden bowls. For mighty predator snow wolves, being forced to eat potatoes was an absolute insult. But they had no choice. With the beast women taking turns glaring at them, defiance only earned them a clobbering. Begrudgingly, They choked down the offending tubers. The night passed without incident. By early morning, most of Cat Bai's fever had subsided, and she lay quietly asleep, nestled in Su Yuan's down jacket. Su Yuan now felt certain. This world's medicines worked incredibly well on these beast women, with results far exceeding expectations. Still, the previous night's snowfall had been unsettling. Faint rustling sounds echoed intermittently through the forest, like something lurking in the shadows, too cautious or malicious to show itself. Long, could you loosen your grip a little? I can barely breathe. Sandwiched between Long and Lion, the two strongest beast women, Su Yuan had spent the night sweating profusely, suffocated in their vice-like embrace. Oh, I'm so sorry, shaman. Long quickly released him, flustered. By the morning's fire, Su Yuan hardly needed to give any instructions. The beast women were already burying potatoes into the ashes. Yesterday's soft, sweet taste had clearly left a deep impression. But as Su Yuan gazed into the depths of the snow-covered forest, his expression grew heavier with tension. The snow beast, it would come, that much was inevitable. Clasping Cat Bai's wrist, he felt its temperature steadily rising. Beneath the jacket, her wounds had stopped bleeding, healing at an almost miraculous rate. Her previously icy and lifeless body was now warm. He let out a slow breath of relief. But just then, a cold gust slipped into the jacket, startling Cat Bai awake. She blinked weakly and tried to speak. Su Yuan. Her frail voice made Su Yuan freeze. When he glanced down, the sight beneath the jacket made him suddenly feel awkward and self-conscious, like he'd been caught red-handed in some compromising act. He coughed twice and turned his face away. You're recovering well. Can you stand? Cat Bai didn't seem to notice his discomfort. Supporting herself, she managed to sit up. Her chest wound was healing nicely, but blood loss had left her weak and wobbly. I can walk. She was still worried about the others in her tribe and didn't want to slow Su Yuan down. But the moment she took 2 steps, she collapsed and would have fallen face first if Su Yuan hadn't caught her. Stop trying to be tough. Let Cat Knight pull you on the sled. Su Yuan knew one thing clearly. Today, they had to catch up with the Red Fox's group. If the beast women ran into a snow beast, it would be too late to regret anything. The group set out again. Cat Knight, the youngest, was tasked with pulling the sled. Overeager and delighted with the role, she kept darting forward with sudden bursts of energy, sending Cat Bai bouncing and shrieking on the sled. Cat Knight, if you keep this up, I won't let you sleep next to me tonight. Cat Bai puffed out her cheeks indignantly, her face flushed with frustration. But the usually effective threat fell flat. Hee, that's okay. I can just sleep next to Su Yuan. Cat Knight giggled gleefully, defiantly. You can't stop me. Woohoo, let's go faster. Slow down. The infectious laughter and spirited bickering of the two lightened the mood considerably, subtly alleviating fears about the snow beast lingering in everyone's minds. Su Yuan seized the chance to scan their group. There were too few fighters. Among the entire tribe, the only capable awakened warriors were Long and Lion. If they encountered a snow beast on the road, it would all depend on those two holding the line. Weapons were an urgent need. Long, what kind of weapon would you like? Su Yuan asked. Long's eyes immediately flicked toward the massive cleaver-like blade slung across Lion's shoulder, the Zamadeo. That weapon had become Lion's prized possession ever since it cleaved a mossy-tusked boar in a single stroke, and Lion hadn't let anyone else touch it since. Su Yuan shook his head. That weapon isn't for you. Lion's strength far surpasses yours. Without her raw power, handling it depends on skill, and you don't have that kind of refined technique. Long lowered her head thoughtfully and glanced back at the oversized shovel in her hands. Shaman, then I'll just keep using this. A shovel isn't a real weapon. Don't worry, I'll come up with something better for you. Su Yuan trudged forward while opening the system shop. System, list all lightweight bladed weapons. A long list instantly scrolled into view. Machete, 300 points. Cleaver, 120. Utility knife, 20. Nail clipper, 12. Su Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Nail clipper as a weapon? Seriously? Just as he was about to dismiss it, his eyes lit up when he saw the next item on the list. Refined dual blades. Buy one, get the second at half price. For 150 points total. 2 blades for 450 points? That's only 225 points per blade, even cheaper than the machete. Su Yuan was surprised for a moment. Did the system glitch? Who cares? I'm taking advantage of this deal. Without hesitation, he placed the order. In the next second, 2 blades materialized in his hands. His face darkened immediately. The images in the shop had shown blades that were the size of large machetes, but the ones in his hands, even with the hilt included, were only as long as his forearm. So the system was pulling the classic images are for reference only trick now? Grinding his teeth, Su Yuan handed the blades over to Long, making up an excuse as he did. These were bestowed by the gods. They're for you. Thank you, Shaman Su. Long's eyes sparkled as she took the dual blades. They were much lighter than her usual weapon and fit her hands perfectly. She was thrilled. Shir glanced at the short blades dismissively. To her, weapons so small were nothing more than toys. They wouldn't even get close to landing a hit on her. Beast King girls in this world were natural-born warriors. Within minutes, Long was already using the dual blades proficiently, even breaking them apart to wield as single swords. Su Yuan handed the other blade to Hui. Excited, Hui waved the short blade around and joined Long in practicing nearby. Su Yuan had considered looking for a weapon tailored to her, but seeing her so genuinely happy, he held back the idea and let it go. Further back, a group of snow wolves following their party trembled on all fours. The large shovel that Su Yuan used to swing around was painful enough, but these blades left deep gashes on tree trunks effortlessly. If they ever landed on one of the wolves, there'd be no doubt about the gruesome outcome. As dusk began to fall, Su Yuan gathered the group together and spoke in a low voice. We're not stopping tonight. Eat more. Food will be sufficient for everyone. The traces left by the red fox and her group on the snowy terrain grew fresher and fresher. They were closing in. Deep within the snowfield, at the base of a mountain, the red fox girl leaned weakly against a large boulder, her face pale. Her exposed red tail was matted with snow, an obvious testament to their dire situation. Around her, over 30 beastkin huddled together near a small fire, trying to fend off the icy chill. Who see? Are those snow fiends still chasing us? Huffing and shivering, Husi ran back to the group, biting her lip. Sister Red Fox, it's worse. The snow fiends have angered the snow monsters and intend to lead them straight to us. The Red Fox's already pale face turned an even graver shade. The Black Sheep tribe's ambush had been too abrupt. She had barely managed to lead her people out of the chaos, and in that melee, her younger sister and 3 other beastkin had been separated from the group. Out of 50 members, over 10 had been captured, 4 were missing, and now only 30-something remained in their group. Red Fox sister, there's something else. Husi's voice quivered. Mao Bai is missing too. Red Fox's head shot up. Since when? Yesterday. Xiaomi and the others said that Mao Bai stayed behind to protect them during a snow fiend attack. And then, she just disappeared. Red Fox clenched her teeth so hard she could taste blood. Her fists tightened until her nails dug painfully into her palms. No, I have to go back for her. Sister Red Fox, those snow fiends are still behind us, and now there are snow monsters too. There's no way back. Tears burned in Red Fox's eyes. As their leader, she couldn't cry, nor could she act on impulse. Wiping the moisture from the corners of her eyes, she took a deep breath. We'll head to the mountain cave up ahead. Xiaoman, take a few people and see if you can find something edible nearby. The rest of you, follow me. We'll take a path around the mountainside. Logic told her that their current fighting strength was no match for the snow fiends. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, on the other side of the snowfield, Su Yuan's team continued to track them. Cat Yi's sharp eyes picked out a small, ping-pong ball-sized white orb in the snow, shimmering faintly with a bluish glow. Detected rare item, Snow Fiend Core, can be traded for 800 points or used to unlock a special item for 80 points. Su Yuan picked up the orb and weighed it in his hand. What's this good for? The beastkin beside him explained. Shaman, it's used to craft shaman staffs. But only elder shamans know how to make them. Most smaller tribes would trade these with larger clans for supplies. Su Yuan chuckled inwardly. Essentially, it was the fantasy equivalent of a magical energy stone. But since he wasn't really a shaman, keeping it was pointless. System, 80 points. Unlock the special item. Transaction successful. Snow Fiend Ginger Tea, 800 points. Nullifies cold effects for up to 3 hours. Limited to 3 bottles per day. TCH, just cold resistance. And it's even got a daily limit. Su Yuan muttered, but still nodded. Better to be prepared. He couldn't help it. His personality demanded he unlock whatever he could, or else he'd feel uneasy. However, the appearance of this Snow Fiend core could only mean one thing. Shaman, Sister Red Fox, is likely not far ahead. The group's spirits lifted instantly. Darkness was fast approaching. If they could find her before the sun fully set, they could avoid the dangers of traveling at night. Outside the mountain cave, the Red Fox tribe huddled in the cold. They gnawed on the tough, lean meat of snow rabbits and tart wild berries, bare essentials they had managed to find during their escape. Their food supply was rapidly dwindling. Red Fox Sister, the snow fiends are closing in. Husi ran back with urgency. Red Fox shot to her feet. Everyone pack up. We're moving now. The cave wasn't large enough to shelter everyone. It could barely house a few of the weak and elderly. The rest would have to evacuate immediately. But just as they started preparing to leave, roar! A deafening growl echoed from the base of the mountain. She turned abruptly, her pupils narrowing in shock. A massive white bear, standing roughly 8 feet tall, had a chunk of fresh, blood-soaked meat clamped in its jaws. Its small black eyes blinked blankly at the intruders who had dared to venture into its territory. "It's a bear," someone exclaimed in panic. Red Fox felt her heart sink, almost to the point of breaking down. No wonder this cave seemed so deserted. It wasn't empty. Its owner had simply stepped out for dinner. Bad luck piled on top of bad luck, an unending string of misfortunes. The white bear quickly came to its senses. It dropped the bloody piece of meat from its mouth and let out a deafening roar, its eyes blazing an angry red. "Xiao Man! Husi, hold it off!" Red Fox commanded sharply. Xiao Man was a bear maiden, sharing some bloodline with the beast. But her small, lithe frame was a poor match for the massive creature towering before them. Nearly 8 feet of raw power and fury. Back in the tribe, there were only 7 fighters who hadn't yet awakened their abilities, and they had to stay behind to protect the children and elders. Balling her fists tightly, Red Fox made up her mind. They had no room left to retreat. Not anymore. 3 women stepped forward, forming a barrier between the enraged bear and their people. The tribe's strongest warriors were all away. This rampaging white bear was now theirs to face, alone. Flames. Red Fox pulled out a bone tablet from her chest, etched with a fiery symbol. Without a staff to channel magic, this simple talisman would have to do. The moment her voice rang out, a ball of fire the size of a human head shot directly at the bear's face. It howled in pain, scrambling headfirst into the snow to extinguish the flames clinging to its fur. Xiao Man grabbed a bone club that was taller than she was. The weapon was pitted and jagged, with edges sharp as blades. Swinging it with all her might, she landed a solid blow that elicited a spray of blood from the bear's thick hide. Roar! The white bear, now truly enraged, charged forward. One massive swipe of its paw left deep gouges across Xiao Man's bone club. "My weapon! It's about to break!" Xiao Man cried out, her heart aching so much she nearly burst into tears. But when she glanced back at the terrified tribe members huddled behind her, trembling, she gritted her teeth and threw herself back into the fight. In the background, Husi clenched a stone spear tightly, faint rune-like patterns beginning to surface on her forehead. Originally, the tribe had 3 awakened warriors. One had been captured, another was lost. Now, only one remained. Her palms were slick with sweat, but there was no choice. She could not falter. Thwip! The stone spear sailed just over the top of Xiao Man's head, piercing straight into the bear's chest. The force behind the throw was extraordinary, driving the creature back several steps and pinning it firmly to the ground. Red Fox was just starting to breathe a sigh of relief when chitter, chitter, chitter. A bizarre noise carried on the wind, chilling her to the bone. Pale, ghostly figures began emerging from the swirling mist. "Damn it," Red Fox cursed, her face draining of color. "They're here already. Run?" There was no running now. She glanced at the frightened faces of her people behind her, her heart hardening with resolve. "Everyone, prepare to fight. We'll take them down with us if we must." Elsewhere, the setting sun painted the snowfields a deep blood-red hue. Su Yuan and his group pressed forward through the frosty terrain, their pace quickening as the footprints they followed grew fresher and more densely packed. Shaman, there are new tracks up ahead. Cat Knight squatted down, pointing at the prints in the snow. Small ones, and one absolutely massive one. Su Yuan's gut twisted sharply. Snow fiends, and a snow monster. They'd caught up to Red Fox. Without hesitation, Su Yuan barked orders. Sure. Cat Knight, you're both with me. We're moving ahead now. Long, take the others and follow the trail behind us. But keep your distance, stay cautious. Shaman, I want to go with you. Long protested, clearly worried. No. Su Yuan clamped a hand on her shoulder firmly. They need someone just as much as I do right now. Trust me, I'll be fine. Pausing, he opened up his system inventory and exchanged some points for an alcohol firebomb. This thing set him back 600 points. Painful, yes, but they couldn't afford to hold back anymore. Listen carefully, he said, holding the makeshift Molotov out to Long. If you encounter danger, use the lighter I gave you to ignite this cloth and throw it. No hesitation. Aim for the enemy. I've got it, Long nodded firmly. I'll catch up as soon as I can. Behind her, Fox 9 and White Rabbit made to join their group as well, but Su Yuan had to wave them off. Their combat skills weren't strong enough for what lay ahead. With that, the three dashed off into the icy horizon. Cat Knight, unimpressed with Su Yuan's running speed, scooped him up and threw him over her back before breaking into a sprint. Back at the mountain cave, Red Fox had ordered everyone to retreat further inside. She'd built up a roaring bonfire at the entrance. Its flickering flames created a protective barrier against their enemy. On the other side, the snow fiends prowled, snarling but unwilling to draw closer. Why on earth won't you just leave us alone? Red Fox shouted furiously. The snow fiend leader revealed a wicked grin, its sharp teeth glinting in the firelight. Hunched and small in stature, it stood with its back stooped and its sharp ears twitching upward. From the back of its head down to its hunched shoulders grew a tuft of scraggly white fur. Why, you ask? Somebody promised us a very handsome reward to catch you, it sneered. Red Fox's blood ran cold. Black sheep? That wretched creature. As if stealing their home wasn't enough. Now it wanted to hunt them to the bitter end. Enough talk, the snow fiend leader growled, cutting off her thoughts with a cruel smirk. This little fire pit of yours might keep us at bay, but it won't stop what's coming next. Fire was their one weakness. It could kill any snow fiend on contact. But their leader remained smug, knowing it held the ultimate trump card. As long as the Heartstone within it wasn't destroyed, it could revive in just a couple of days regardless of death. And to make things worse, it had baited a much greater threat into joining the fray, the towering snow monster. Less yapping, more action, Red Fox demanded through gritted teeth. Even if I have to die today, I'll take every last one of you down with me. She hurled another fireball. The snow fiend leader stood still, unfazed, but a smaller one behind it leaped forward stupidly. Its reward was to be instantly reduced into a puddle of water, leaving only an icy, crystalline core behind in the melting snow. And how much magic do you have left? The snow fiend leader cackled darkly. Do you really think this little bonfire of yours can finish us all off? Even if you do kill us, as long as the Heartstone survives, we'll simply sleep for a day or two and be back as good as new. Just then, a shadow loomed in the distance, massive and ominous, blotting the fading sunlight. The snow monster had arrived. Each of its steps reverberated through the ground, leaving cracks in the frozen earth. Standing upright on its two hind legs, its thick white fur obscured its face entirely, giving it a spectral, menacing appearance. Its arrival drew a guttural, jeering laugh from the leader of the snow fiends. Well, looks like your big friend is here to join the party, it sneered with glee. Red Fox's face turned deathly pale. White. She was not like the snow demons, who could resurrect after death. For her people, death was final, gone forever. Everyone, fall back into the cave. Leave the supplies, just get in there now. The cave was narrow, capable of holding at most a dozen or so people. Any more, and 7 or 8 would inevitably be exposed at the entrance. Woo, you retreat first. Red Fox sister will stand guard outside. Not a single person moved backward. Broken weapons scattered across the ground were picked up one by one, and everyone stared unblinkingly at the snow beast creeping closer. Bang! The snow beast, with its blood-red eyes, caught a snow demon from the ground and shoved it into its jaws. But those creatures were scrawny and carried barely a trace of meat on their frail frames. The crunching sound echoed as the beast bit down. Turns out their bodies were filled with stone-like, rock-hard cores. Chewing on them was fruitless. It was as if it hadn't eaten at all. The snow demon leader led its people under the cover of a boulder. After a few tasteless bites, the snow beast grew frustrated and ignored the useless snow demons altogether. Its next target was the white bear trying to sneak away. This white bear had been injured by the snow demons earlier. It had initially set out to reclaim its pride, but it had certainly not expected to encounter something even more terrifying. Not even the snow demons had anticipated that such a gargantuan beast had been hiding beneath the snowdrift. But for Red Fox and her companions, this was a stroke of fortune. If the snow beast became preoccupied battling the white bear, it might overlook them entirely. Roar! The white bear was about 2 heads shorter than the snow beast. Standing on its hind legs, it barely reached the snow beast's chest. Even so, it thundered a fierce roar, only to be answered by an even more deafening bellow from the snow beast. The mountain's snow trembled and cascaded from the peak. Red Fox, what do we do? If they stayed put, the snow demons would continue watching them. If they tried to flee, it was clear the white bear wouldn't last much longer. Red Fox's gaze hardened. Save your strength. I'll assist the white bear. Wait until those two tear each other apart. With that, she raised her hand and conjured a fireball, hurling it viciously at the snow beast's head. The beast's white fur singed and scorched black instantly. Enraged, it lunged at the white bear, and the two animals tore into one another. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Though smaller, the white bear fought with deadly claws, raking bloodied wounds into the snow beast's hide. Meanwhile, the fireball continued to char patches of the beast's fur, which sent it into an earth-shaking frenzy of howls. Attack! Take down that white bear. The snow demon leader, unwilling to allow the chaos to continue, ordered its people to swarm the white bear. Another group stood in Red Fox's way, cutting off her fireball attacks. Damn it! Those creatures are hell-bent on capturing me. With her sorcery stifled, the white bear began to falter under the combined assaults of the snow demons and the snow beast. Weakened, it was bitten savagely by the snow beast and slammed into the mountain wall. A white bear. Heh, this'll fetch a great price. The snow demon leader cast a dismissive glance at the fallen white bear, unconcerned. Its sole focus now was to capture Red Fox alive, before the snow beast could kill her. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. As the white bear crumpled to the ground, the snow beast's fiery eyes locked onto Red Fox and her people. Its scorched black fur gleamed with a bloody tint under the setting sun, and it ignored even the dying white bear beneath its feet. It raised a massive claw and struck down toward the cave. The fire pile at the cave's entrance was about to extinguish entirely when Xiao Man charged out, bone club in hand. Though the weapon was nearly broken, she bravely hurled herself toward the snow beast's massive paw. Die, monster! Xiao Man. The bone club shattered on impact, flinging Xiao Man backward. Fortunately, she was caught by Husi, who clung to her tightly, just as it seemed that everyone would meet their end beneath the snow beast's claws. Boss, someone's approaching from behind us. A snow demon lackey rushed forward with a panicked report. The snow demon leader didn't so much as glance back. How many? 3. 3. The leader sneered and waved dismissively. Not worth even a glance. At a time like this, what could 3 people possibly do? What it failed to realize was this. Among those 3, one didn't abide by the rules of this world. Not far away, under the red-streaked evening sky, Su Yuan and his team finally arrived. Seeing their embattled comrades surrounded, Mao Ye's eyes lit with fury. She let loose an anguished yell, "Red Fox!" Mao Ye. Turning abruptly from tending Xiao Man's wounds, Red Fox caught sight of 3 silhouettes standing tall in the snowfield as the bloody sun sank behind them. Don't come any closer. Run! Red Fox screamed hoarsely, but Mao Ye ignored her completely. Steel claws gleaming, she charged straight toward her friend. Stop that one! The snow demon leader had no intention of letting anyone disrupt the snow beast. A few snow demons leapt to intercept Mao Ye. their claws slashing mercilessly toward her. Out of my way! Mao Yi swung her steel claws. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the snow demon claws, along with their entire arms, were sliced clean off. Before they could even cry out, the black, gleaming steel claws plunged into their bodies, spraying crimson into the snow. So this is what those snow demons look like, Su Yuan quipped, narrowing his eyes. Like Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, only uglier, with that tuft of hair sticking out of their heads. While his words seemed lighthearted, Su Yuan knew full well he couldn't win a contest of sheer strength. But a wry smirk curled on his lips. If other people can use cheats, why can't I? He silently activated his system, and the interface of the system shop materialized in his mind. System, show me the ranged weapons category. A list of weapons appeared before him. Slingshot, 10 points. Primitive wooden bow, 8 points. Basic wooden bow, 200 points. Refined wooden bow, 800 points. Compound bow, 1,000 points. Refined compound bow, 3,000 points. Ballista, 5,000 points. Bows weren't a thing where Su Yuan had come from. No one in their primitive tribe could use them, which is why he'd never considered it before. But today was different. A target as massive as the snow beast? He could close his eyes and still hit dead on. Give me a compound bow. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. Get more special arrows, the command echoed. The store interface flashed for a second. Wooden arrows. Meanwhile, the battle in the cave had reached a fever pitch. Cat Knight darted around to the back of the snow monster, slashing its steel claws deep into the creature's back, leaving gashing trails of blood. At first, the snow monster paid no mind to the small attacker behind it, as a group of beast women warriors led by Husey were keeping it thoroughly occupied. But as the sharp pain on its back grew unbearable, the creature finally went berserk. With a deafening roar, it swung one of its massive claws backward. Help, Lioness! Su Yuan, save me! Cat Knight was knocked to the snowy ground, staring up at the towering behemoth many times her size. Her face turned pale with fear. Lioness was about to charge forward out of sheer panic. Lioness, listen to me. Su Yuan quickly interjected. Carry me over and throw me next to Red Fox. That spot is safer. He understood perfectly. Charging headlong into this fight would be a one-way trip to certain doom. These snow demons, deceptively lean, could overwhelm him in an instant if they attacked. This was a battle that required strategy, not brute force. Got it. Lioness gripped her giant blade, the Zanbato, in one hand and grabbed Su Yuan with the other, tucking him under her arm. Then she dashed straight toward the snow monster. Any snow demons attempting to block her path didn't stand a chance. They were either sliced apart or sent flying before even grazing her clothes. The snow monster was smashing the ground in frustration, trying to flatten the evasive Cat Knight beneath its palm. Just as it raised its arm, Lioness arrived, her massive blade slicing down in a ferocious arc. Roar! The snow monster crossed its arms just in time to block, but the blade tore deep gashes across both limbs, releasing a geyser of blood. For the first time, it visibly recoiled in pain. During this moment, Su Yuan was launched through the air. Red Fox, quick on her feet, reached out and caught him mid-flight, though her ample figure nearly sent him bouncing back the other way. Are you okay? Her voice was warm but focused. Without waiting for an answer, she infused Su Yuan with a soft green light to heal him. Thanks. You're Red Fox, right? I'm a friend of Fox 9. She and the others are on their way here. Fox 9, they're alive? Red Fox's eyes widened. This was the first good news she had heard in days, and a glimmer of hope softened the worry on her face. We'll explain everything when they get here. Su Yuan brushed aside any further questions. With no time to waste, he pulled out his newly purchased compound bow. Ironically, despite spending a fortune on it, the system hadn't included a quiver. The arrows were scattered loosely on the snowy ground. Lioness, Cat Knight. Fall back. Lioness blocked another enormous swing from the snow monster and quickly dragged Cat Knight out of the danger zone. Su Yuan grabbed the bowstring and pulled, with difficulty. What absurd tension is this? He cursed internally. System, would it kill you to give me something more manageable? Never mind. Bring me a bottle of snow serpent elixir. The elixir, tasting faintly of apples, sent a rush of warm energy coursing through his body. On his second attempt, the bowstring finally came taut. Release. The arrow streaked through the air, embedding itself squarely in the snow monster's, rear end. Su Yuan winced in embarrassment. That wasn't intentional. Roar. The snow monster whirled around, its full attention now fixated on Su Yuan. Not letting the momentum go to waste, Su Yuan fired off a series of tranquilizer arrows, one after another. With unnerving precision, they lodged into its chest, arms, and thighs. The snow monster instinctively tried to pull them out, but all it managed to remove were the arrow shafts. The barbed tips, meanwhile, remained buried in its flesh, steadily pumping anesthetic into its system. It toddled a few steps, stumbled, and swayed precariously. Another 2 steps, and its massive body began to wobble. A 200-point tranquilizer wasn't just a gimmick. The final arrow pierced clean through its left eye. With a ground-shaking crash, the snow monster collapsed onto the icy surface, its remaining eye rolling uselessly in its socket. Stunned silence fell upon Red Fox and the Beast Women warriors. What kind of weapon is this? Lioness wasted no time. She darted forward while the snow monster was still struggling to lift itself. The rune on her forehead flared to life, and her Zanbato rose. A single decisive strike followed. The beast's hot blood splattered onto the snow as the snow monster's head rolled away. In the distance, the snow demons froze in terror at the sight. Panic overtook their faces, and they began to retreat en masse. Though they couldn't die, they knew all too well what it meant to be captured, to be imprisoned forever in unending darkness, devoid of hope or escape. Run. They had to run. But no sooner had they turned to flee. Snow demons. Long and her group arrived just in time, sealing off any hope of escape. Kill her. The snow demon leader struggled to bark out orders, but before the words could fully form, something flaming fell from above. It landed at her feet with a deafening explosion, erupting into an inferno far more intense than any fireball Red Fox could conjure. What in the hell are they? The demon leader cursed internally, her eyes darting around frantically. These people, they'd taken down a snow monster in mere moments and now wielded weapons with devastating power. If she hadn't shielded herself behind her kin earlier, she'd already be a crispy lump of coal. Still thinking of running? Long's short blade glinted with a chilling light as it slashed through the air, cleanly severing one of the demon leader's arms. Outside the cave, the last traces of snow lay scattered amidst a battlefield of over 20 snow demon corpses, turned into icy statues strewn across the blood-drenched ground. Sister, Fox 9 cried, throwing herself into Red Fox's arms. The latter clutched her tightly, tears she had long suppressed now flowing freely. Su Yuan, however, paid no attention to the emotional reunion. His eyes fixated on the snow demon leader, who had been dragged over by Long missing an arm but still defiant. The creature met his gaze with a sneer. Why were you hunting Red Fox? Su Yuan demanded. The snow demon leader let out a cold laugh. You won this round, sure. But the snow demons will come at you in waves, endless waves. When the day comes that you kneel before me, when I am reborn. Reborn. Su Yuan arched an eyebrow. The little creature had a sniveling appearance, but an unreasonably audacious attitude. Long pressed her blade against the demon leader's throat, but the latter didn't even flinch. We snow demons, she declared with a sinister grin, do not die. Lock me up for a few days, if you want, it won't matter. My kin will come for me. You resistors will meet your end. It's only a matter of time. Immortal? Su Yuan chuckled, a cold, unsettling sound. Even Red Fox instinctively took half a step back. Long, gather all the snow demon stones on the ground and bring them here. In no time, over 20 snow demon cores were piled in front of him. Su Yuan picked one up, leisurely twirling it between his fingers, a sinister smile spreading across his face. 800 for 1, 8,000 for 10. Looks like I've hit the jackpot. The snow demon leader squinted suspiciously. What are you trying to do? Su Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he silently muttered in his head. System trade. In an instant, the stone vanished from his palm. The snow demon leader's pupils constricted sharply. It could sense the presence of its kin, no matter where they were hidden. But in that brief moment, the presence of one member completely disappeared. Not imprisoned, not suppressed, erased, wiped away from existence. Su Yuan picked up another stone, then another. With each one that disappeared, the snow demon leader's face grew paler. Finally, panic set in. What kind of sorcery is this? Now are you ready to talk nicely? Please, spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The nasty grin on Su Yuan's face quickly faded, replaced by a look of sincerity. Relax. As long as you talk, I won't lay a finger on you. The snow demon leader let out a long, relieved sigh, collapsed onto the snow, and began speaking hesitantly. Beyond the Wangshui mountain range, there's a large tribe. They're capturing shamans from all over the land. They found us, the small and scattered snow demons lost in this icy wilderness, and they forced us to work for them. If we didn't, they'd wipe us out. Capturing shamans? Su Yuan's heart tensed. He'd only recently arrived in this primitive world, so how had witch hunting already started here? Don't believe it. A voice interrupted coldly. The Crimson Fox had approached, her gaze icy. Snow demons are masters at lying. I swear, every word is true. The snow demon leader protested. Then why did you first say you just received supplies? The Crimson Fox countered. The snow demon leader fell silent, its mouth opening and closing before finally squeezing out a feeble explanation. We were just helping them in exchange for some compensation. But the part about capturing shamans, that's real. I heard it from other tribes in the icy plains. Su Yuan scrutinized the creature, his frown deepening with every word. This thing was spinning half-truths. The story about the large tribe. Why were they capturing shamans? What purpose did it serve? And most importantly, why was this snow demon leader so hell-bent on targeting the Crimson Fox? There was no way it was just carrying out orders. It was hiding something. Su Yuan's fingers lightly brushed against the next stone. He stared coldly at the snow demon leader, who was now kneeling on the snow, trembling under the weight of his unwavering gaze. "You sure there's not a single lie in what you've said?" he asked. The snow demon leader gulped, forcing a nod. "It's true," but its eyes never dared to meet Su Yuan's. "All right." Su Yuan abruptly put away his weapon and turned toward the towering corpse of a snow beast nearby. "I keep my word. I won't kill you myself." A flicker of hope ignited in the snow demon leader's eyes. Even the Crimson Fox and her companions seemed momentarily stunned. Was he really going to spare it? In the next moment, Su Yuan tossed out his final command without looking back. "Long, he's yours to handle. Once you're done, collect all the snow demon stones and bring them over." You devil. You liar." The snow demon leader thrashed in desperation, but against Long's iron grip, its struggling felt as futile as squirming in a vice. With a swift stroke, it was over. The demon's head was severed cleanly, its essence hardening into a white core that rolled across the snow. Unmoved, Su Yuan simply retrieved the core. He never promised honesty to his enemies. That was reserved for his own people. Turning his focus to the massive, fur-covered snow beast, Su Yuan called for the system in his mind. The beast's head was worth 500, 300 for the fur, 700 for the skin, and 1,000 for the meat. Decent, but far less valuable than the rare items found in snow demon cores. Useless piece of junk. Shaking his head in mild disappointment, Su Yuan immediately traded the beast's head away. It was better than having a grotesque, bloody scene blocking the cave entrance. With the tension finally dissipated, the Crimson Fox approached Long for the first time, her gaze filled with curiosity and gratitude. She then turned to observe Su Yuan properly. Upon learning that the man who had saved her tribe was none other than the divine shaman, her clan's elder, Snow Granny, had spoken of, she froze. Her fiery red tail stiffened, and her previously aloof demeanor was replaced by nervousness. Thank you," she stammered, her head lowered, her tone one of careful reverence. Su Yuan casually waved his hand. "I'm not even sure if I count as a divine shaman. It's just something Nine guessed." The Crimson Fox, however, shook her head earnestly. "Little Nine told me you receive blessings from the gods. That makes you a divine shaman." Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The so-called blessings were just items he redeemed from the system's shop. Did this world have real shamanic powers? Were there others like him with systems? Or was there something else at play here? The Crimson Fox continued. "The elder shaman of our tribe told me that a divine shaman can communicate with the gods. She once saw one who could summon rain and guide the people to food hidden within the earth. Hearing this, Su Yuan relaxed. The abilities she described were simple tasks for him. Little Nine said, "You're willing to take us in," she said hesitantly, suddenly dropping to one knee. "Hierarchy must be maintained. I can't stand above you. From this day, the Crimson Fox clan pledges its loyalty to you. Please let us become part of the Su Yuan tribe." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Su Yuan hastily interrupted, clearly flustered. "There's no need to change the name. Can't we just stick with Crimson Fox clan?" But the Crimson Fox's gaze was unrelenting, as solid and unyielding as stone. "Please grant us this honor." As Su Yuan looked at her unwavering expression, one that basically screamed, "Even if you told me to die, I'd take it as divine will." He felt a headache forming. Their faith in divinity was practically ingrained in their very souls. In a flash of inspiration, Su Yuan brushed off the suggestion, opting for another. "All right, but let's not use Su Yuan tribe either. To me, every member of this tribe is as precious as a star in the night sky. From now on, we'll be called the Starfall tribe." A soft, shy smile bloomed on the Crimson Fox's face. She respected more than just the shaman's status. It was the unreserved trust that shone in Fox 9 and the others' eyes. Little Fox 9 was smarter than her. If the people Fox 9 trusted were reliable, she believed she could entrust the entire tribe to them without hesitation. "Red Fox, that big bear isn't dead yet." A small beast girl came tumbling into the cave. Her words scrambled in her hurry. "Is anyone hurt?" "No. Sister Lion and that new big sister have already pinned it down." The two women quickly stepped out of the cave. The massive white bear, which had earlier been slammed into the mountain wall, was now lying limp in the snow, barely alive. Its wounds were still seeping blood, and its white fur was drenched in crimson. By now, even the weakest among them, like Cat Knight, could finish it off with a single swipe. "That's one huge bear." Su Yuan couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Long immediately stepped in front of him, her body tense, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The white bear whimpered softly, licking its wounds with its tongue. Its eyes were filled with exhaustion and despair. Squatting down, Su Yuan locked eyes with the bear before speaking softly. "Big guy, can you understand me?" A chunk of bear meat wasn't worth much, but a live white bear that could understand human speech? That was a game changer. That was, if it really could understand. The bloodied white bear wheezed softly in the snowy plain, its glossy black eyes staring fixedly at Su Yuan. After a long pause, Su Yuan finally spoke again, his voice calm but confident. "Tell it this. If it wants to live, it better stick with me. Food, shelter, healing guaranteed." Red Fox frowned, skeptical. "Shaman, without enslavement magic, no wild beast will obey you." "Not necessarily," Su Yuan scoffed, his tone laced with a casual confidence. "Nobody, human or bear, can resist the promise of a full stomach." The smallest member of the tribe, Xiao Man, stepped forward. Her round ears bore a striking resemblance to the bear's own. Kneeling down, she moved closer to the bear and chattered away in an unknown language. The bear, still panting heavily, listened intently. After Xiao Man finished, it extended its tongue to timidly lick her palm. It was a sign of submission. Su Yuan clapped his hands and straightened. "All right then. And one more thing. Drop the whole shaman title thing. It's too much trouble. Just call me Su Yuan from now on." The matter of the wounds, however, wasn't easily resolved. The cuts on the bear were deep and wide, far beyond regular healing capabilities. Raising his voice, Su Yuan called out across the tribe, "Hey, White Rabbit." A small figure came running quickly, her hands still stained with blood from earlier dealing with the snow beast. "White Rabbit, remember when I stitched up Catbye's wound? Did you watch closely enough to learn?" But I'm scared I'll hurt someone." "Don't worry, you're not stitching a person, you're stitching it." Su Yuan gestured toward the colossal bear on the ground. White Rabbit looked up and froze at the sight of the massive bear, her legs trembling. If that creature suddenly went wild from pain, one paw swipe could easily flatten her. But despite her fears, her trembling hands dug through the medical kit and pulled out some needles and thread. She lined up 4 other nimble-fingered beast girls. Xiao Man led the group, pinning down the bear's limbs as they softly reassured it not to move, that they were trying to help. The bear had no choice but to lie back in the snow, growling and grumbling all the while. Meanwhile, Su Yuan turned his attention to Red Fox. I've scouted the area. The forests up the mountain are dense with food and wildlife. This seems like a good place for us to settle. Red Fox shook her head, unconvinced. The cave is way too small. We have over 50 people in the tribe. It'll never hold everyone. Then we'll build something ourselves. As night began to fall, nobody at the base of the snowy mountain was ready for sleep. The crackling fires illuminated the bustling tribe members, each busy with a task. By the firelight, a group of inquisitive young beast girls huddled around White Rabbit as she carefully threaded a needle thinner than a strand of hair, stitching the bear's gaping wounds with unexpected precision. It wasn't perfect, but given that they typically worked with animal hides, White Rabbit's skills far exceeded expectations. Further away, Fox 9 boasted her expertise to her older sister, Red Fox. She proudly demonstrated how to build a shelter using snow bricks. Red Fox watched with furrowed brows. This thing isn't going to collapse, is it? Trust me, sister. We've been living in these the whole way here. They're sturdy as heck. Fox 9 momentarily dropped her little adult persona, pride lighting up her small face. She slapped the final snow brick firmly into place. Everyone, follow my lead and build these before it gets pitch dark. If not, you'll be freezing tonight. The entire tribe sprang into action. Everyone except Su Yuan, who had nothing to do. Sitting by the fire, he absent-mindedly kneaded a large, fluffy, brown tail in his hands. The tail's owner, Fox C, who was Red Fox's most capable warrior, protested weakly. Su Yuan, if you keep pulling like that, my tail's going to shed. Fox C's face flushed crimson. Normally sharp and efficient, she was utterly flustered now. The sensation of someone fiddling with her fur was a mix of itchy and ticklish, sending shivers up her spine. Sorry, force of habit. Su Yuan apologized casually, although he made no move to stop. Her presence was no accident. Red Fox had purposely assigned Fox C to stay close to Su Yuan during the freezing mountain night. As the shaman lacked the thick fur that the others relied on, Fox C was instructed to keep him warm with her tail. The warmth was secondary. It was simply satisfying to feel how silky smooth it was. While the snowy night enveloped the mountain valley, the flickering firelight painted faint shadows across the cave walls. Su Yuan leaned against the cave wall, utterly bored. The beast girls from the tribe busied themselves with various tasks: dressing game, stitching wounds, building snow shelters. The whole camp bustled with life. All except for him, the so-called Great Shaman, who had nothing to occupy his time. Nearby, a certain fluffy tail brushed against him again. Turning his head, Su Yuan saw it was Fox C once more. Her intense gaze was locked on the composite bough he had placed nearby, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Interested in that? He asked. Foxy nodded, her voice tinged with awe. Earlier today, from such a distance, you took down the snow beast with just a few arrows. This weapon is incredible. Su Yuan chuckled. The beast girls from this ancient, primal tribe were still stuck in the age of spears and close combat. If he could teach them how to wield ranged weapons, the tribe's combat skills would rise exponentially. This is called a composite bow. As for simpler bows, you might be able to figure something out. Su Yuan's voice was calm, though inside, his brain was spinning like a top. They had a serious food crisis looming over their heads, and he couldn't afford for the newly formed Starry tribe to crumble before they even got on their feet. But he also knew panic didn't solve problems. One step at a time, he reminded himself. Earlier that day, Su Yuan had unintentionally sparked something extraordinary. It started with a demonstration. Su Yuan had been explaining basic mechanics when he suddenly looked towards Hu Si's fluffy tail as the only available material in the room. Hu Si, can I borrow a hair from your tail? Caught off guard, Hu Si blinked but eventually nodded. Go ahead. A sharp pinch startled her, and her reflexive tail flick landed squarely across Su Yuan's face with a resounding smack. I'm sorry, Su Yuan Wu Shaman. Hu Si gasped in alarm. I didn't mean to. Su Yuan waved it off as he rubbed his smarting cheek. No, that's on me. He hadn't anticipated how firmly rooted Hu Si's fur was. It had taken a considerable tug to extract even one. Holding the slender hair taut, he explained, this hair is like a string. When you pull it tight and release, whatever's attached will launch forward. Picking up a small twig, he demonstrated, sending it flying with a soft whoosh. Husi's eyes instantly lit up, amazement replacing the lingering sting of pain. Su Yuan seized the moment. To shoot farther, the string needs to be stronger and more elastic, like the sinews of a snow beast, stretched over a sturdy wooden frame. That's what makes a proper bow. He decided not to hold back. Using his system points, he redeemed both an arrow and a compound bow, presenting them to Husi. Here, give this a try. Her hands trembled slightly as she gingerly held the weapon, treating it like some divine relic. Su Yuan positioned himself behind her, gently guiding her hands. Hold the bow with this hand, knock the arrow with the other. Together, they stepped out of the cave under the crisp starlight. The silhouette of a tree stood stark against the horizon. See that tree? Aim at it. Pull the string back as far as you can. With a quiet determination, Husi followed his instructions. Despite the bow's tension, tough even for Su Yuan, the beastkin's natural strength made it almost effortless. Don't worry about missing. First shots rarely. Thwack! A distant tree shuddered as snow cascaded down in a flurry. Su Yuan stared slack-jawed. Holy! Did you actually hit it? Husi, on the other hand, frowned. Her sharp natural skills for observation and precision told her that she'd been aiming for a branch, but the arrow had veered and lodged itself smack in the middle of the trunk instead. Even so, she was mesmerized. This bow was nothing short of a revelation. Unlike throwing spears, where precision was a guessing game, this weapon felt like an extension of her own sight and will. Point and shoot. Simple. Perfect. Husi. That was incredible, Su Yuan praised sincerely. You've got the talent of a born sharpshooter. Her cheeks flushed as she reluctantly handed back the bow, her fingers lingering on it for a moment. Clearly, she wasn't ready to part with her newfound addiction just yet. Su Yuan, seeing her enthusiasm, made a decision. The tribe needed to become self-sufficient. Relying on system points indefinitely wasn't a sustainable solution. Husi, bring a few sisters who have sharp eyes tomorrow, he said with a plan forming in his mind. I'll teach you all how to make bows and train as archers. Her fluffy tail wagged enthusiastically in reply. That night, the camp's bonfires burned brightly. One of the tribe's elders, Chief Fox, was still grappling with what she had witnessed. Somehow, every beastkin who followed Su Yuan, her own sister Husi among them, now possessed the mysterious ability to start fires like it was second nature. In her mind, there could only be one explanation. Su Yuan had blessed them, turning them all into shamans like himself. Morning came quickly. At the base of the mountain, the camp was little more than 6 hastily built snow shelters. Between limited time and exhaustion, most of the group had no choice but to cram into the mountain cave for the night. Inside, Su Yuan barely caught any sleep. The cramped quarters were bad enough, but the addition of Chief Fox and Husi into the already packed space left him feeling one stray movement away from imminent disaster. To make matters worse, in the dead of night, May night, the curious panther beastkin had leaned close and whispered, "Why is your body different from ours?" Sleep-deprived and exasperated, Su Yuan had nearly laughed out loud. If space weren't so tight, he might have given her a proper biology lesson right there. Instead, he gritted his teeth, shoved his rising frustration deep down, and somehow drifted off into a shallow slumber. When dawn broke, the first thing he did was sniff himself. A whole week without a real bath. This is getting out of hand, he muttered, grimacing. I need to make something that lets us bathe. Before he could delve into his thoughts, Husi appeared, leading for young beastkin in tow. Su Yuan, I picked these sisters. They've got sharp eyes and strong arms. The small group stood in a line, each unique in appearance but unified in their curious gazes. One had fluffy black ears, another bore goat-like horns. The youngest, with streaked brown hair, sported a slender snake, tail swishing idly behind her. Good, Su Yuan nodded approvingly. Start by gathering hardwood. Then bring over the snow beast sinews that White Rabbit's group prepared yesterday. These women, he mused, would be the star archers of the future starry tribe. But just as he started feeling optimistic, Chief Fox appeared with troubling news. Su Yuan, the food supplies are running out. He froze. Leaning closer, Chief Fox continued in a hushed tone. We already lost a batch earlier. Our stock was barely enough to begin with, but now, with all these new mouths, including the snow wolves and that big white bear, we've got over 50 bellies to feed. At this rate, the supplies won't last 3 days. Su Yuan's head spun. What about the snow beast meat? There's plenty of that. Chief Fox frowned. Snow beast meat is cursed. Whoever eats it gets horrible stomach pains, 3 days and nights of agony, if they survive at all. A curse? Su Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Sure, magic existed in this world, but cursing random monster meat? It was far likelier that the meat was toxic or teeming with parasites. Still, he didn't push back. If others had suffered, shielding future possibilities could wait. All right, he sighed. Then send Roan to lead a hunting party. Take the snow wolves with them. If they don't catch anything, I'll come up with something. His words were confident, but he knew reality left no room for error. There were still too many unknowns, and the weight of everyone's survival bore down heavily on his shoulders. Also, don't add too much salt, or it will burn and taste bad. There's yeti meat left. I can sacrifice it to the gods in exchange for food. The gods he mentioned were, in fact, the trade system, the secret only he and the entire tribe was privy to. After breakfast, Su Yuan grabbed Lion and prepared to scout the area. When Cat Knight caught wind of this, she eagerly scrambled after them, tail practically wagging with excitement. The trio trekked in the direction opposite to where the hunting party had ventured. The snowy plains were eerily silent. As Su Yuan trudged along, his gaze swept over the surroundings. The mountain where the Star Tribe had pitched their camp wasn't isolated. It was part of an endless chain of peaks cloaked in snow, stretching far beyond the horizon. Lion, have you guys been to this area before? Both Lion and Cat Knight shook their heads in unison. Cat Knight murmured quietly, Granny Snow always warned us this place is way too dangerous. If you go in, you might not find your way out. You'll freeze or starve to death. When we were kids, we only dared to wander around the outskirts of the wilderness. The wilderness of snow. Su Yuan mentally repeated the name to himself. One day, he'd go back there, but not just to the edge of the snowfields. He wanted to go further, beyond the Frost Peak Mountains, past its other side. Who knew what wonders lay there? Perhaps a realm of winged sky folk, pointy-eared elves, or even a hidden island deep in the ocean harboring tail-dragging dragon folk. His eyes narrowed, scanning the boundless expanse of snow ahead. A surge of ambition boiled up within him. If bigger tribes can swallow the smaller ones, then why can't I do the same? Su Yuan clenched his fists. I'll build an empire of my own. An empire where every beast woman on this planet will rally to my banner. My beast woman empire. Ah! His daydream was rudely shattered by a sudden shriek. Cat Knight, leading ahead, had slipped and landed flat on her back without warning. What happened? Su Yuan and Lion rushed over. Just as Lion stepped onto the same spot, she too stumbled, barely managing to stay upright. Su Yuan, however, remained steady, though his heart skipped a beat. Something felt off underfoot. Crouching down, he brushed the snow away. It wasn't soil beneath. It was ice. Thick, clear sheets of ice. He tapped it with his finger, and his breath hitched. The unmistakable shadow of something moving swam beneath the surface. It's a frozen lake, Su Yuan declared, his eyes lighting up. There are fish down there. Fish? Cat Knight's ears stood straight up in excitement. But her eagerness quickly waned. Hang on a sec, Su Yuan. The water's freezing. If Lion goes down there, she'll turn into an icicle before she even grabs one. A small grin tugged at Su Yuan's lips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. No worries. I've got a plan. Kneeling by the ice surface, he fixated on the dark shadows swimming below, fingers twitching in anticipation. The irresistible itch for fishing had resurfaced. This wasn't just any ordinary lake. This was an otherworldly frozen lake, one untouched by hooks or lines. No telling how many years those fish had been swimming down there, but today, they were finally going to meet him. System, give me a fishing rod. The shop interface popped up instantly. Wood fishing rod, 30 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Fiberglass, 500 points. Carbon fiber, 600 points. At the very bottom, Su Yuan's eye caught something shocking. His pupils contracted in disbelief. Special threaded steel rod, 1,000 points. What the? Su Yuan rubbed his temple. 1,000 points for a fishing rod. And wait, threaded steel. Zooming in on the image, he confirmed it. This was no ordinary rod. It was forged from reinforced steel, a robust, gritty texture recognizable at a glance. This thing's for catching sharks, isn't it? Su Yuan's brows twitched. This system really has the audacity to sell this in Tier 1. Gritting his teeth, he opted for the cheapest bamboo rod. Su Yuan, the hole's ready. Lion called out, filled with pride. Turning to look, Su Yuan nearly stumbled from shock. That wasn't just a hole. It was a massive crater nearly 2 meters across. Cracks radiated in all directions on the ice, and the entire surface looked moments away from giving way. Lion, you two stand back. Don't get too close, or you might fall in. Minutes later, the three of them were seated on animal hides spread across the ice. Su Yuan flicked the bamboo rod, and the float began bobbing in the icy water. Cat Knight, meanwhile, was biting into a piece of bread, her eyes glued to the hole as though trying to bore a hole through it. Su Yuan, do you really think this'll work? Are fish that dumb? Let me ask you this. If a delicious piece of jerky suddenly fell from the sky, would you grab it? Of course, Cat Knight exclaimed. That'd be a gift from the gods. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. This was no different from what Su Yuan was doing, dangling bait. If she'd go for it, did that make her the fool she was mocking? Well, I'd still check it first before eating it, she amended hurriedly. Does a fish have hands to check? Su Yuan quipped back, a playful smirk spreading across his face. Before she could reply, the float plunged under the water, and Su Yuan shot to his feet, tightly gripping the bamboo rod. It's hooked, and it's massive. Whatever fish was on the line hadn't anticipated this confrontation. It jerked wildly, trying to break free. The rod bent, forming a sharp arc, and Su Yuan had to plant his feet firmly to avoid losing balance. Su Yuan, let me help. Lion offered. Don't. This rod can't handle it. Lion and Cat Knight refrained from intervening, choosing instead to wrap their arms around Su Yuan's waist, anchoring him against being dragged into the freezing water. Pull harder. You've got this. What followed was a grueling, 20-minute tug-of-war. Sweat soaked through Su Yuan's back despite the chilling winds. Gradually, the fish tired, and inch by inch, he reeled it closer. Almost there, the water's surface broke as the fish's head emerged. In one final surge of strength, Su Yuan yanked it out, sending it thudding heavily onto the ice. Chest heaving, Su Yuan stared in awe at the catch lying at his feet. It was as tall as his knee, the largest fish he'd ever landed. To be fair, though, he hadn't caught many fish in his lifetime. Eyes sparkling, Cat Knight lunged at it, hugging the still flopping fish while practically drooling. Su Yuan, let's roast it right now. Didn't you just eat this morning? He teased. Well, yeah, she admitted sheepishly, but I gave my share to Cat White. She's still recovering and needs the extra food. Startled, Su Yuan paused momentarily before reaching out to ruffle her furry ears. Lion, you two get a fire going. I'm going to see if I can catch a couple more. Just don't overdo it on the salt, okay? Burnt fish is never fun. Got it. While removing the hook from the fish's mouth, Su Yuan pondered. If this frozen lake held a plentiful supply of fish, it could become a stable food source for the tribe. Later, he'd have to teach these two beast girls how to fish, ensuring they could provide for themselves. It didn't take long for the big fish to meet its fate. With one clean stab, Sure drove her blade through it. The lakeside had plenty of firewood, and in no time, the aroma of grilled fish began to waft through the air. Mao Yi pinched a piece of golden-brown fish and brought it to Su Yuan's mouth. Truth be told, without any salt or seasoning, the taste was hardly better than eating a raw fish right out of the water. But for the two beast girls, it was a feast. They devoured the entire fish, licking even the bones clean and gazing at Su Yuan with hopeful eyes, clearly craving another. Looking at their eager expressions, something softened inside Su Yuan's heart. Sitting back down by the ice hole, he cast the fishing line out again. This time, he planned to catch a few more. The fishing line pulled taut, and the bamboo rod bent like an archer's bow. Got another one. Su Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Just as he was about to reel it in, an enormous force suddenly yanked from the bottom of the lake, pulling Su Yuan forward. He skidded across the ice. Su Yuan, Mao Yi and Sure immediately panicked, abandoning their grilled fish. Sure darted forward and clasped Su Yuan's waist tightly from behind, her small hands gripping the fishing rod alongside him. Pull! But the force from whatever was beneath the ice was indescribable. With a sharp crack, the bamboo rod snapped. Half the rod splashed into the lake, and Su Yuan and Sure tumbled backwards onto their butts. You okay? Mao Yi rushed over to help them up. Su Yuan looked down at the broken half of the pole in his hand, a chill running down his spine. Snap the rod just like that. How big is this thing? Before the words fully left his mouth. Splash! A jet of icy water shot out of the fishing hole, drenching all three of them from head to toe. The chilly lake water seeped straight down their collars, sending shivers through their entire bodies. Wiping his face, Su Yuan looked up and froze. Half the massive fish's body emerged from the water, its eyes practically mocking them as its tail slapped the surface with a loud splat, spraying more water over their already drenched faces. Su Yuan was livid, grinding his teeth in anger. You just wait. The three of them quickly retreated back to the shore to rekindle the fire and warm up. The two beast girls, unbothered by modesty, stripped off their soaked fur clothing to dry by the fire. Sure glared at the lake, her hands clenched. If only she were better equipped to fight in water, she would have already charged in after that mocking fish. Su Yuan, the rod's broken. Are we still fishing? Mao Yi asked, doubt in her voice. Su Yuan stared out at the calm surface of the lake. Slowly, a wicked grin curled his lips. Yes, and this time, I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson it won't forget. In his mind, he commanded, *system, give me a fishing rod made of rebar, heavy as hell, and the sturdiest fishing line possible. I don't care what it takes. It absolutely cannot break. Guaranteed quality. The next second, a black, heavy-duty rebar fishing rod appeared in his grip. Just holding it exuded a sense of indestructible power and dominance. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. This time, I won't give it any chance. Handing the rod to Sure, he said, Here, Sure, you're up. When it bites, put everything you've got into pulling it up. Don't worry about breaking the rod. Sure nodded fiercely, her eyes lit with a fiery determination. Su Yuan hooked a piece of bloody fish guts onto the line and tossed it into the icy hole with a satisfying plunk. For all its earlier bravado, the massive fish hadn't left. It swam smugly below the surface, its movements creating small ripples, as if daring them for another round. Mao Yi and Sure held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the hole. It's coming. Sure enough, the creature lunged again, snapping at the bait without hesitation. Like earlier, it seemed confident it could break the rod with ease. But this time, not today. Sure, her frustration brimming, unleashed her fury. The glowing runes on her forehead lit up with brilliant golden light, and her long hair floated wildly, as though caught in a windstorm. She looked utterly transformed, unlike the usual gentle Sure. The moment the fish tried to pull, Sure let out a ferocious roar and yanked the rod skyward with single-handed might. The massive fish, more than 2 meters long, didn't even make a sound. It was forcibly dragged out of the water, soaring through the air. The colossal shadow, dripping water, arced against the sky before slamming into the ice with a thunderous crash. The impact expanded the fishing hole, shattering the nearby ice. Fortunately, the ice was thick enough to hold. But the fish wasn't so lucky. Blasted onto the surface, it flopped hopelessly, dazed and disoriented. Sure wasn't done. She hurled the rod aside, drew her massive blade, and charged forward as the fish, bruised and battered, pathetically wiggled its way toward the lake again. Thud! Her throw sent the fish flying, slamming it into a nearby tree trunk as thick as an arm. Crack! The tree snapped cleanly in two. Mao Yi and Su Yuan froze, mouths agape. For a long moment, neither of them could form coherent words. Was this fierce warrior the same soft, timid Sure they knew? Sure stood over the fish, blade in hand. Despite its attempts to snap at them with its sharp teeth, it was hopeless out of water. It thrashed about, trapped and helpless, reduced to nothing more than a flailing lump. Su Yuan crouched down, staring down at it with a wide, triumphant grin. You had a lot to say earlier, didn't you? Well, Why aren't you spitting any water at me now? Beside him, Mao Yi nodded seriously, playing along. Su Yuan, the fish says it wants us to toss it back in the water for a rematch. Su Yuan paused, caught off guard. Wait, since when could you understand fish? Mao Yi kept a straight face, raising her sharp claws for emphasis. It's Mao Yi's intuition. This thing just looks way too unwilling to accept its defeat. Su Yuan dragged the colossal, defeated fish back to shore, calculating in his mind. This thing's way too much for just us. I'll haul it back to the tribe and share it with everyone. He recovered the broken rod and fishing line from its mouth, satisfied at last. Stuck with bits of leaves and branches. She panted slightly, looking proud of her haul. Whoa, these are the strongest ones I could find nearby. Su Yuan nodded, inspecting the wood. They didn't seem too bad, sturdy enough for the task if handled properly. Good work, Foxy. Let's see how we can shape these into fishing rods that'll last. We'll need some strong threads too, maybe from the silkweed plants by the river. The small fox girl beamed, her tail wagging slightly as she stood by, ready to assist. Su Yuan knew that teaching these beastkin survival skills was essential, not just for the sake of practicality, but for the sense of accomplishment and progress it brought to their little tribe. Every small success, like learning to fish or improving their tools, made his heart lighter. It wasn't just about his system and the points it awarded. It was about the hope and joy on these young faces. While working on the rods, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He looked up at Foxy and asked, "By the way, have you ever heard of anything strange being hidden in or under the ice lakes here? Like rare treasures?" Foxy tilted her head, her ears twitching as she thought hard. Elder Eben used to say the ice lakes were sacred, but then she'd just send us there to fetch water, so I always thought she was bluffing. Why do you ask, Wu? Su Yuan brushed it off with a chuckle, not wanting to stir up unnecessary curiosity. Just curious. Let's focus on the rods for now. By the time they finished crafting several serviceable fishing rods, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. Beastkin were dragging firewood together to light the evening's communal cooking fire. The tribe seemed livelier than it had been days ago, now that their bellies weren't emptier than their hopes. Su Yuan wasn't one to openly show his efforts, but seeing the small colony starting to thrive under his care gave him a sense of satisfaction that couldn't be quantified by points or rewards. As the evening settled in, Su Yuan sat by a quiet corner of the camp, holding the shimmering Cod King pearl in his palm. Its dull, unassuming shine would have fooled anyone who didn't know better, but Su Yuan's system-backed knowledge told a different story. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he wavered over whether to trade it in for credits or keep it for emergencies. After all, a tool for survival could sometimes outweigh any currency. Absently, he flipped the pearl in his hand as he mulled things over. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a group of beastkin gathered around the roaring fire, excitedly talking about their successful day. Even those who hadn't gone fishing seemed deeply engaged, exchanging brimming smiles and stories from the day's happenings. That's what it's all about, Su Yuan murmured to himself, leaning back against the sturdy trunk of a tree. The glow of the flickering fire reflected in his eyes as he made up his mind. The pearl wasn't just any tool. It was yet another safeguard for these lives entrusted to him. And safeguards, no matter how odd or fish-flavored, were always worth holding on to. As laughter echoed through the small camp and the aroma of grilled fish filled the air, any worries from earlier seemed to fade into the background. The camp settled for the night, warm and safe under Su Yuan's watchful eye, hopeful for what tomorrow would bring. Wet, unmelted snow clung to her boots. Since morning, this young girl had been focused on one thing, crafting a bow and arrows. Lord Su Yuan, we found some blackwood. Do you think this will work for making a bow? She asked eagerly. Su Yuan took the piece of wood in his hand, testing its weight and hardness. It seemed sturdy enough. Only one way to find out. Let's give it a try. Take this and carve it into a semi-arched shape, like the composite bow I showed you. She got to work, carefully carving for what seemed like an eternity. When she finally presented her creation, it admittedly looked crude, barely resembling a proper bow. But for a primitive wooden bow, function mattered more than looks. Su Yuan made some quick adjustments with his dagger and strung sinew, harvested earlier from a snow beast, onto it. Just like that, they had their very first handmade bow. The leftover scraps of wood were carved into simple arrows. They were basic. No tail feathers, and the arrowheads were merely sharpened wooden tips. But they would do. Hushi, give it a shot, Su Yuan said as he handed her the bow. Truth be told, Su Yuan wasn't confident either. This was his first time crafting a weapon entirely by hand, without relying on the system. Whether or not it would even function was anyone's guess. Hushi rubbed her frost-numbed hands together. She grasped the bow, knocked an arrow, and pulled back the string. She struggled. The composite bow she had previously used had aiming aids that made it easier. With this primitive bow, it was all down to her instincts. Focus, Su Yuan said softly from behind her. No aids this time. Aim with your eyes. Raise the bow to your chest. The arrow shot off with a sharp whoosh. Did it hit the tree? Not even close. It veered wildly off course, missing by a long shot. Hushi's face fell instantly. It's okay, Su Yuan said, gently patting her head. Primitive bows are hard to master. Strength, accuracy, wind direction, it's all on you to learn. Start by practicing until you can hit that tree with every arrow. Once you've nailed that, you can try hunting live things. Got it. I'll practice until I'm ready, Hushi promised energetically. There was still plenty of sinew left from the snow beast, enough to make several more bows. Su Yuan left future training to Hushi as he knew he wasn't much of a marksman himself. His aim probably wouldn't outperform hers by much. While the rest of the group busied themselves with preparing fish for dinner, Su Yuan found a quiet corner to practice on his own. Deep down, he regretted how things had unfolded earlier with the snow beast. If his aim had been competent, fighting hand-to-claw wouldn't have been necessary. A good leader should at least be able to manage basic ranged attacks. This gap in skill weighed on him. He drew the bowstring over and over, loosing arrows one after another. His fingers grew raw and painful, but he bit his lip and kept going. He had no idea how long he'd been practicing when a cheerful voice shattered his focus. Su Yuan, dinner's ready. Bai Tu called out from the camp. That night, dinner was simple, fish stew with potatoes. The clay pot was small, so everyone only got a single serving. But for a group who had been living off dried meat for days, that mouthful of hot soup and fish was a blessing. The moment the warm broth touched her lips, Bai Tu's eyes crinkled with joy. Hot food seemed to drive off even the lingering shadows of their harsh days on the run. After guzzling down his share of stew, Su Yuan set down his bowl and began assigning tasks for the next day. Lioness, tomorrow I need you to lead a team to cut more wood. For food, I'll take Long and her group fishing by the lake. Although Hujio had already built several snow huts that offered basic shelter, the structures had a major flaw. They couldn't handle heat. Something as simple as taking a hot bath inside could cause the entire hut to collapse. They needed proper wooden cabins. Got it, Lioness replied with a serious nod. As Su Yuan stared into the crackling campfire, he mentally mapped out the next steps for their fledgling tribe. The system store had an abundance of useful tools and resources. With just a few points, he could solve all their problems overnight. Warm homes, better food, you name it. But he deliberately held back. Give a man a fish, and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll eat for a lifetime, he thought to himself. If he simply handed things to them, they'd never learn to survive on their own. What this tribe needed wasn't handouts. It was the strength to stand tall, even if someday he was no longer around. The camp was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting fish, and everyone was happily eating, their faces smeared with grease. The scene was so peaceful that the harsh realities of their lives almost felt like a distant memory. But then, a strange sound broke through the laughter and chatter, sharp and mournful. Whimper, whimper. Su Yuan's head snapped up. He frowned, scanning the darkness. The snow wolves were happily gnawing on scraps of entrails nearby, so the noise definitely wasn't coming from them. That left only one possibility. A realization hit Su Yuan like a slap to the face. Damn it, he cursed, smacking his forehead. How could he have forgotten? There was an injured polar bear recuperating near the cave. It had been lying outside, wrapped in animal skins since that brutal fight a few days ago. Caught up in the chaos of their survival, he had completely neglected the poor creature. Grabbing a large piece of fish, Su Yuan raced over to the bear. The sight was pitiful. The bear lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes rimmed with tears, gazing at him with the most heartbreaking look of betrayal. The scent of cooked fish had filled the air all evening, Yet the bear had been too weak to even stand, forced to smell the feast but eat nothing. It wasn't nursing its wounds. It was enduring pure torture. My bad, buddy. I'm so sorry. Eat up, Su Yuan apologized hastily. As soon as the fish hit its mouth, the bear's grievances evaporated. It chomped down enthusiastically, quickly resuming its usual laid-back demeanor. The next morning, before dawn broke, Su Yuan gathered Long, Gray, and a few others for a fishing trip to the nearby lake. He had stayed up the night before crafting 5 simple wooden fishing rods from spare fish line. Cost-saving as always, Su Yuan refrained from spending points on the system's iron hooks, relying instead on Long's resourcefulness. In no time, she and her companions turned a few fish bones into functional hooks. They weren't as durable as iron, but they'd easily handle most fish. Handing out the rods, Su Yuan demonstrated the basics of fishing and watched as the girls got the hang of it. Once they seemed confident, he settled onto a rock to take a break, pulling a strange brown fruit out of his pocket. The fruit looked glossy and plump, like a freshly steamed bun. It practically screamed delicious. Wiping it off on his coat, Su Yuan took a big, eager bite and immediately regretted it. Gross. Ugh. He spat it out instantly, coughing and gagging. It wasn't fruit at all. His mouth tasted like raw liquid fat. It was nauseatingly greasy. Hearing the commotion, Long threw her rod to Gray and dashed over to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, are you okay? Su Yuan wiped his mouth and held up the fruit in his hand. Long, what on earth did you guys pick yesterday? Long took one look at the fruit, and her face turned pale as she immediately fell to her knees. Whoa, I'm so sorry. I mixed up the golden oil fruit with the pear fruit. Golden oil fruit. Su Yuan glanced down at the fruit. Golden liquid was oozing from it, coating his hand. He brought it closer to his nose and sniffed. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. It smelled all right, but the taste was an entirely different story. All right, stop kneeling already. Su Yuan pulled her back to her feet, but kept his eyes on the fruit. So, can this thing actually be eaten? People don't usually eat it, Long explained seriously. But back in the tribe, this oil was used to make food taste better. It was also used to smooth out fur, making it shiny and soft. Su Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Something that could enhance the flavor of food and act as a conditioner for fur? This was practically an ancient version of cooking oil and hair care products in one. Without hesitation, he silently called out in his mind, "System, give me a price evaluation." Partially eaten golden oil fruit, 120 points. Su Yuan sucked in a breath. A fruit he had already taken a bite of was worth 120 points? How much more would a whole, untouched one be worth? Long, are these fruits common on the mountain? Long nodded. They're everywhere under the trees. Since they taste bad, even the animals won't bother with them. Su Yuan's heart began to race. This could be a true gold mine. With this oil, he could do so many things. Coat the exterior of wooden houses to make them waterproof and snow-resistant, seal barrels to make them airtight, and even, a grin crept across Su Yuan's face. He could even use it to make fruit-infused wine. The tribe's level of technology could be raised yet another notch. Whoa, Long, the fish is too big. I can't hold it. Just as Su Yuan was reveling in his discovery, a panicked shout came from Gray. Both of her fishing rods had caught something, and judging by her struggling, they were massive. She was dangerously close to being dragged into the freezing lake. Quick, go help Gray. Su Yuan didn't linger on the golden oil fruit any longer and sprang into action for his next task. He knelt by the lake and brushed away the snow, pulling out a handful of cold, icy, wet mud. This kind of mud looks perfect for making clay pots. He wrapped the mud in animal hide. The mud was freezing cold, and he couldn't tell how malleable it would be just yet. He'd have to take it back and heat it to test it. If it worked, they'd be able to make pottery, pots for boiling soup, storing water, and keeping food safe. That would mark yet another leap forward for the tribe.